where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light darkness gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord of his bed. On his growl rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising in defense. Is there resurrect the second coming of common sense? Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sensing now of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. Ushering down. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody, hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. What is good? What is good? Happy Monday. How are we doing? Oh man. I'm tired. I gotta stick to my schedule because I'm getting torn apart by you guys. But that doesn't mean that I can't still come through. I don't know if you were here on Friday, but of course I finally got someone to take the debate about the Black community and how it's not that good of a thing for Black Americans. It actually does the opposite. We hopefully will be getting the direct link to the debate from Horseradish. He hasn't posted it yet, but he said when he gets home from work that he'll send me the raw video file. So for now, we just have my stream, and so it shouldn't be too complicated to keep up with. If anything, we can do that, make it a little simpler. But this is the best way that I have. I'm sure he will be home shortly to give us his version, and then we could just watch it like normal. But the real important part is me, right? It is me. And so I love to go through these. I love to go through these after we do them, not just because, I won, but because I think there is a lot to learn from, just watching game tape. This is just like any sport. They film the game, they film the practice. I'm like, all right, you see what you did here? Instead of doing that, you could have done that. And that's basically what we do already. And so why wouldn't we do it for me? And this is another one of those topics where you're not really going to get to the bottom of it in one conversation. And so I'm hoping that this is more of a start of a larger discussion rather than the end of, well, I was right and you were wrong. I'm much more interested in seeing where it goes and actually changing people's minds than, just putting a feather in my own cap. You know what I mean? All right, so let's dive right in. Do we want to check out what was going on before? Fuck it. All right, let's just dive in. We'll do it live. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Shit together. So let's get this party started.
All right, so we'll see.
There we go. Boom. All right, everybody. So our second debate of the night. This one was specifically requested by Lutch, the Indian Jesus. Is the existence of the Black community is a dangerous idea for Black Americans? I do understand that this is a spicy potential topic. However, I also know that both of these...
That might work, because I know that I go into this one later. What time stamp are we at? 3:32. So let me just see what it looks like here. If we do that, and I do that, no, I don't like that. All right, well, we'll work with it. What did I say? 3:13. 3:13. 3:13 or 3:23? It definitely wasn't 3:13. Uh-oh, I missed it. I had it all set up and ready to go.
Ooh.
Why am I not hearing the sound then?
Anything. Open like a VPN or something. Which is also why I don't click that kind of shit. But anyway,
give you guys a chance to filter in where everybody's at.
And for those of you who weren't here, it fell off the rails pretty quick because Joe sort of inadvertently conceded the prompt.
Is are you getting the music from this? Is it like compressed or? Yeah, see, I don't understand. I don't understand why this music plays fine. Like, is it
and for those of you who weren't here, it fell off the...
This plays fine, but when I try to play my thing, I gotta do that. When I try to play my song, it doesn't come through like that. How do they know? How do they know it's the most important thing to me and to mess that up? My lord. My lord.
Rails pretty quick because Joe's then found...
Everybody, the thing is, opening song, my song, it doesn't play right. Whatever. Yeah, but I can't really be like, okay, guys, we're gonna do this now. I may. Cool. So if you
be were to right, but simply that you have that right to that choice, which they conceded. Although later on, once I started actually getting into the conversation, it actually seemed like that Joe had sort of recanted that a little bit and was saying that God does not give you rights, so you don't have any rights according to him. But I guess that
I am so glad I was not part of that debate.
Within the idea that if you acknowledge that,
guys, I don't fully remember exactly how this all works out in there. So then maybe right.
I'm supposed to. Yo, what it do? I'm here.
Okay, you sound louder to me than you do for the stream. It's for you to have coming up in the air show specifically requested by.
So again, Horseradish said that like the just the part that we're watching there, like just this part, he's just at work. So we'll mess with this one while we have to, and then we'll switch on over.
Lutch, the Indian Jesus. Is the existence of the Black community is a dangerous idea for.
Because you're going to see that, of course, this is the same. These are the same camera, but this is delayed a little bit, so it might be a little bit distracting.
Black Americans. I do understand that this is a spicy potential topic. However, I also know that both of these gentlemen are very internet savvy and are going to keep this above the belt and keep this respectful and TOS. With that said, I'm going to give the clock over to you, or no, the clock. I'm going to give the mic over to each of you gentlemen, give you the chance to introduce yourself. Lutch, you're up first, sir. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat.
What's going on, everybody? I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the
Lutch,
second coming.
My friend.
Take two. I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And I like breaking down debates and podcasts and stuff like that. If you are interested in being better at talking to and with the people that you disagree with, come on through. Thank you.
That's right.
The openings and closings are going to be a little off because it's just me, but as we get into it, it should be fine. And then hopefully Horseradish comes through shortly.
And now we're going to go over to you, Lethe. Oh, why is that prompt? Okay, whatever. I'll fix it. Lethe, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link as well, sir.
Well, in the nature of what's been going on tonight, I would like to start this debate with a prayer.
This is not your opening.
Oh,
this is your introduction.
This is an introduction.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Let us
As you were.
Pimps prayer. Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch and guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord, so that he might learn a hoe's place. Amen. I am LetheWaterKai. Glad to see you all tonight. Thank you for having me, and much respect to my.
Probably not the best way to open a debate about the black community. Be like, oh, keep my pimp hand strong. You're kind of playing into the stereotypes. That's like my entire argument.
Opponent, let's have a good time.
All right. Cheers. All right. So you guys both know how this works. You've been here plenty of times. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock for each of you for an uninterrupted opening, which is going to be followed by 5 minutes from your opponent, who can use that time as they choose. It is a time to either cross-examine or to rebut. Then after that, we're going to go to 30 minutes open forum where you guys can just get right into the meat of it. After that, we've got 5 minutes on the clock for each of you to do a closing. Hopefully this one's going to go the distance. It's going to be an actual full debate. I'm pretty confident this one will be, but maybe one of y'all is going to bend the knee 5 minutes in as well. We'll see. However, I do want.
Ain't nobody out there? Ain't nobody out there? I don't remember the last time we were streaming to nobody.
I want to also remind you, gentlemen, if either of you has any resources, sources, or references, at any time, just say, hey, Radish, please stop the clock. I will stop the clock. We will go to the page where we can bring it up for the stream. Everybody can look at your references. We will do that while the clock is not ticking, so you're not wasting any time. So that said, if you guys have no questions,
maybe I'll just do this.
All right, then we're going to go over to you first, Mr. Lutch. I got to fix that prompt as well.
I think that looks better. I'll just have it as one thing, and especially once I come to this view, then it'll be a lot easier for you to see all of that. And then again, Horseradish will give us the original file as soon as he gets home. There we go. Shout out to Digga Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party. We also got our TV viewer ski. Oh my goodness. Starting us off, making sure not a single ad for the whole stream. A treat for the Overlord and the big $10 PayPal. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Very good to see you. Rehearsal got canceled, so you can chill out, get a night off, keep your brain fresh, and then you go back in. And you're ready to go. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Of course, that makes you the sponsor of the stream. And they say we about to go crazy. Yes, sir. So, of course, we got it's a new week, a new goal. Even though I gave you guys the free fucking double feature because I wanted to watch Obsession with you guys. But don't get used to it. TV viewers. Thank you so very, very much. 10 points already. Let's fucking go. So again, if you didn't hear me before, and especially if you saw on Friday, we were playing around with different ways to to show this. Horseradish said he'll give me just this raw video when he gets home from work, and we'll deal with that then. But I'm thinking, as we're talking, since it's already doubled up, then I'll just have it like this. And so these are the same camera, but it's going to be a little bit delayed, but that should be a little bit simpler. And then if I jump back in, then we'll do that. All right, are we ready? You are very, very welcome. Let's fucking do it.
I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock for you. Hang on one second. Oh my God, so fucking amateur. There we go. Please tell us why you believe that the existence of the Black community is a dangerous idea for Black Americans. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
It's because I'm racist. Just kidding. I want to make something very clear. I'm obviously not white. I'm not Black. I'm Indian. The Indian Jesus. I don't have a personal stake in whether one racial group wins or loses this debate. In fact, I'm perfectly happy to lose if it means walking away with a better understanding of an issue I genuinely struggled to discuss. The reason I wanted this debate is because, in my experience, conversations about this topic often become personal very quickly. I've had similar experiences discussing religion with Christians as an atheist, and we can usually have a thoughtful intellectual discussion for a while, but eventually the discussion stops being about the ideas and starts feeling like a defense of identity. Yeah, whether it's the Christians or the Blacks or anything else, that's the struggle, is that we get into an intellectual discussion of these beliefs, these ideas, and because they're getting, I'm able to chop away a little bit at what they're saying, then it's like, hold on, are you attacking me personally? It's like, nope, just like we say on a stream here. We're not trying to, where is it? We want to keep the chat respectful. We want to attack ideas, not people. But some of these ideas and some of these identities are so deeply ingrained with who the people are, then they're not able to separate the ideas from the concept itself. Shout out to Lena. Welcome to the party. So the other debater didn't have a lot of info on modern problems with the Black community. And that's specifically why in this opening I was talking about that there definitely was a time when the Black community was helpful. We don't live in that time anymore. Welcome. Let's dive back in. And so again, just real quick, if you didn't hear, we are waiting on Horseradish to get home from work, and he's going to give us just this main thing, and the audio and everything will be synced up. But I'm going to go from here because this camera, which soon will be bigger, is the main one, and then it's just going to be visually echoed there. But we going to make it work. I know you guys are smart enough to keep up. So let's do it. I've had similar experiences discussing religion with Christians as an atheist, and we can usually have a thoughtful intellectual discussion for a while, but eventually the discussion stops being about the ideas and starts feeling like a defense of identity. I think something similar happens often when we are discussing the idea of the Black community. So let me be very clear about what let me be very, very clear about what I am and am not arguing. I am not arguing against Black culture. I'm not arguing against Black history. I'm not arguing against historically Black churches, organizations, charities, businesses, or people voluntarily helping one another. Those institutions played an enormous role in American history, and especially during slavery, segregation, civil rights movement, when racial solidarity was not only understandable, but often necessary. So that's exactly where I think that Lethe was not expecting me to go and dismiss the past, and I just didn't do that. So already from the opening, I'm saying, yeah, back then was back then, but now we're here. My argument is that the modern expectation of racial solidarity has outlived its usefulness and now creates pressures that ultimately harm the very individuals it's meant to help. Is this any less confusing than this? if we do A or B, is A any less confusing than B? I believe every person should be treated as an individual. Being Indian, I don't feel responsible for the actions of other Indian people simply because we share ancestry. If an Indian commits a crime, acts irresponsibly, or says something foolish, I don't need, I don't see that as reflecting on me, nor do I feel obligated to defend them. Likewise, if another Indian achieves something, we'll leave it like this. And then again, I go into this framing once we get into the debate, so I don't stay small. And then I'm the biggest thing. Don't worry. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. All right, let's do it. Responsibly, or says something foolish, I don't need, I don't see that as reflecting on me, nor do I feel obligated to defend them. Like if some Indian dude does some crazy shit, like, all right, that's just some Indian dude. What the fuck does that have to do with me? And then if it is something legitimately bad, regardless of the degree, whether they said a racist thing or they killed somebody, if I'm tying myself to that community, then I can't be mad when people are coming directly to me about the Indian community or that specific thing, because I'm saying, oh, I am part of that. TV said, I kind of like trying to figure out which of the three Jesuses are in sync. So it's always gonna be this one. But like I said, once I figure out that we're not, that the timing isn't work, then I pull myself up to this size, so you'll be able to see me there, and then the current Lech will be over here. I promise. It'll be easy. Just stick with me. I don't see that as reflecting on me, nor do I feel obligated to defend them. Likewise, if another Indian achieves something extraordinary, I'm happy for them. Well, unless it's someone that I personally don't like, of course. But other than that, I feel as though I don't feel as though if they have accomplishment that I personally have accomplished anything. Now, that's another aspect of the Black community that, oh, we did this, we did that. It's like, what, you did it? Or people who happen to have the same skin color as you did it? My identity comes from the values that I choose, the people I care about, and the communities I voluntarily participate in, not from the amount of melanin in my skin. That's you guys. You guys are my community. You guys are my community. The fact that I have my Buddha Trump is a sign to me that that's my community. That's what matters to me. I voluntarily choose. It has nothing to do with other people who have black hair or even other people that have tattoos or anything like that. Just because it looks like a same doesn't mean it's the same. Communities I voluntarily participate in, not from the amount of melanin in my skin. Yet I think many Black Americans are encouraged to see themselves first and foremost as members of a racial community. That expectation can create pressure to think a certain way politically, to avoid criticizing harmful behaviors for fear of hurting the community, or even to wonder whether pursuing what's best for yourself somehow makes you less authentically Black. To me, that's tragic. That was another big part of it, where I've seen a lot of people put themselves in a situation where, whether it's just a casual conversation or they're on a panel or in a debate or whatever, they find themselves defending, like we were talking about before. But outside of that, it's a matter of, oh, I don't want to do this thing because, when I was young, if you got good grades, then they called you gay. Or if you spoke properly, then they were saying you were acting white, as if to say you're not as good of a Black person as we are because we're hood and we're thugs and we're doing this and that. And again, that's not good for the individual Black American. And again, you can see and it's a little obscured, but the existence of the Black Community TM. I specifically put the quotes and the TM. The Black Community TM. The existence of that is a dangerous idea for Black Americans. For yourself, somehow makes you less authentically Black. To me, that's tragic. Not because I think Black Americans lack agency, quite the opposite. I think they deserve the same freedom as everyone else. The freedom to define themselves as an individual. Ultimately, my position isn't that the community is bad, isn't that community itself is bad. Humans need community. My question is, why should race be the thing that defines it? Why should a successful engineer in Atlanta feel a stronger bond with a criminal in LA compared to a white coworker who shares his values, his work ethic, and his vision for the future? Already, I'm thinking I should have hit harder on that point. That's your community, the people that you are proximally around, and the people that you choose. Just because you're a black guy in Atlanta doesn't mean that anything that that's going on in LA has anything to do with you. Meanwhile, just because the guy who you work next to every day and you both are married and you have kids and you share values and you know a lot of the same stuff and you're into the same sports and you like the same music, nah, he's not my community. Like, what are we doing? Lena said, I feel like ideas like the black race, white or Asian races were to divide us. We are only one human race. I mean, there is definitely an aspect of that. And the way that racism and those types of ideas are used, if you look back to, I mean, I personally wasn't paying attention at this time, but if you look back to the people who were in politics, like on the ground level for Occupy Wall Street, they say that you can see the difference between the beginning when everybody, was here. Like, we are the 99%. That was the whole thing. We are the 99%, meaning in the same community. But then the George Soroses and the SPLCs of the world started injecting this identity politics about, black, white, women, trans, all of that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Even though there is an aspect of, like, clearly there is a difference between appearing my color, appearing to be black, appearing to have squinty eyes, appearing to be white with blonde hair and blue eyes. All of those things are tied to biology, very obviously. But that doesn't mean it says who you are. Hey, shout out to Trey Williams in the building with the $5. Thank you. So very, very much. And a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, sir. Said, I think you handled yourself well. While I don't agree with all your points, I still think you did a very solid job. Well, thank you so very, very much, sir. Maybe have you come up and give me a little post-game breakdown. We will see. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Again, if you're just joining us, we this thing is going to be easier to see. And then shortly, we should be getting the original video from Horseradish where we don't have to worry about with anything being synced up. But just stick with me. Thank you again. Are those ethnicities? Yeah. So I think being a different ethnicity it is going to have aspects of difference in culture. And that's okay. We don't have to pretend that, we're all the human race, meaning we're all the same thing. It's okay that we're different. It's when you use those differences to discriminate against people or falsely raise yourself up. Like the white supremacist is like, oh, white power, we're the superior. Like, what? Like, I don't know about that. And then they go into the eugenics papers that say, well, technically 1% is. It's like, let's just stick with the facts and stick with what we actually see in society. All right, Atlanta that defines it. Why should a successful engineer in Atlanta feel a stronger bond with a criminal in LA compared to a white coworker who shares his values, his work ethic, and his vision for the future? Communities are built around shared values, shared goals, shared faith, shared interest, or shared experiences. Communities that are built around those things, shared values, goals, faith, interests, make perfect sense to me. Communities built primarily around immutable characteristics like race or gender inevitably blur the line between individual responsibility and collective identity. Tonight, I'll argue that while the idea of the Black community may once have been an essential tool for survival, today it too often limits individuality, encourages conformity, and unintentionally reinforces the very racial thinking that many of us hope to leave behind. And with that, I'll concede my time. There we go. There we go. So very clearly, again, what are the things that when we talk about an opening statement, what is that for? The purpose of the opening statement is to make sure that you lay out the pieces of your argument so that as you get into the debate, you can pull back from that. You've already set the outline of what we're going through. And then, the shit, did I do that as 1 hour? Fuck it. No, I'm going to do that one as half hour. Hold on. Because I want to keep the regular 2 hour goal. I mean, the regular 2 hour goal. You got 30 minutes, 10 push-ups right now. You ain't got to wait for it. And of course, every donation counts towards the stream goal. And that gets our very, very, very much appreciated. And again, we want to be, so we want to have an outline of what you're going to be talking about. You want to address and get ahead of some of the arguments that you think your opponent is going to make. You want a little bit of entertainment. It was like, I'm not black, I'm white, I'm the Indian Jesus. If another Indian does something great, then, or if another Indian does something great, then, I feel good for them. I mean, unless, of course, I don't like them. Little things. Because another aspect is that you're going to be kind of nervous. There's nerves that go into, okay, I'm on the spot. Like here, if I mess something up, I can just, oh, wait, that's not what I meant. What I actually meant was this, that. But when you're timed and when there's somebody else waiting to pounce on any little mistake, you got to be on point. And what the fuck is that? Sorry. You got to be on point, and that's nerve-wracking. So you got to make sure you are on point because you might not be as personable as you are in a regular discussion. Shout out to Quality and Everett because Vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff really does help. It's free. It's easy. It just takes a second, and it does not even matter. If you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared just by telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome. Let me get this banner updated, and this one should be easier for his opening statement.
All right.
And shout out to Lethe. Thank you for taking this.
All right. And Lethe, this is your time. 5 minutes is going on the clock. Use this to refute or cross-examine as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, Lech. When certain events happen, are they segregated?
Yeah, so this is when I was like trying to figure out what's good, and I realized the best place is for me to end up in this camera so you can see me as easily, and then he's just kind of in the corner. We'll get there. Plus, Horseradish is going to give us the raw video file when he gets home from work. Just a little reminder. We'll just see.
Okay, Lech. When certain events happen, are they segregated as and labeled as black?
What do you mean? What? So already it's like what? Certain events, when certain events happen, are they segregated
and labeled as black?
Are they segregated and labeled as black? That was your first question? I would have had that in my, I don't know exactly where he was going with that, but it sounds to me like he was trying to say something along the lines of, well, you don't see just because an Asian person does this, that it's Asian crime, but you do see things labeled as black crime in general. I think that's where he was going, but that shouldn't have been the opener because I never said anything against that. So now you're bringing up a new idea. Remember, this isn't the open debate yet. This is the 5-minute rebuttal. So what you're supposed to do with this time is to attack the opening. Because remember, we were just talking about what the opening is supposed to do. So all of the things that I feel like I set up for myself when the debate comes from my opening statement, this 5 minutes is meant for Lethe to try to undercut that. And I mean, you can use your time any way you want. But the fact is that was not. I mean, I don't think that was a strong move. You ain't wrong. What do you mean?
like violence or crime or
I don't
anything along those
understand
lines.
I don't understand the question. Did you guys understand what he was asking when he said that? When certain events happen, are they labeled as black?
So when, like, let's say the last words of a particular individual, like,
Right. So the rest of the time I stay up here.
with or without inner city violence, like, he's talking about black people, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, so if things are segregated and labeled specifically targeting black people, should that not give black people the understanding that things are revolving around our identity?
Sure. But that's the problem. So it's a feedback loop. It's not just the media and the racists saying the black community. It's people within the community reinforcing the idea that they are that community.
So,
right, and you're going to see that this is going to come up a lot, where I'm saying, yes, he's trying to say, don't you think that it's the other people, the racist people, the systems that are creating this notion of the black community? I'm like, yeah, but it's a feedback loop because you accept it.
in the instance that any black person does, let's say I committed a crime, usually wouldn't that be labeled as a black crime?
No. What? Why would it be
Usually
labeled a black crime? And so, again, I know kind of where he's going with this, but I'm not going to give him any... you're going to have to make that argument. Obviously, sometimes we see, like I bring up later, the teen takeovers, the knockout game. Those are black crimes, so to speak, to what he's trying to speak to. But just because you are black and you commit a crime, it doesn't mean that the media portrays it that way. Quality said, like liking fried chicken and watermelon while not knowing who DeBaby kids belong to. I would argue no. That is exactly the part of what I'm speaking to that upstanding black citizens should not find kinship with. Because that definitely does happen. But what does it have to do with being black? I fucking love fried. Who the fuck doesn't like fried chicken? Who the fuck doesn't like fried chicken? No. What? Why would it be labeled a black crime?
It's usually the way they portray it in the media, and it's not black people doing it, it's society itself doing it.
Can you find me? It's not black people doing crimes that are labeled black crimes.
What?
The way they portray it in the media, and it's not black people doing it, it's society itself doing it.
Can you find me one? Goddamn right. I'm fucking American. Venom Indian. Shout out to Kelly Green. Welcome to the party. So, like I kept saying last time, if they don't want it labeled a certain way, they need to get rid of black-only dormitories and things of that nature. Like, what the fuck? And, again, I understand why there is the notion that this is a win for black people. That, before we weren't allowed in any space, and now we have our own. But it's literally the same thing. Who was it? Who was it that said, damn it, I was just going to look up a quote and now I forgot. What's the quote about separate but equal is inherently, is that, yeah. Famous quote, we conclude that in the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. Separate educational facilities are inherently unequal. And then they're like, let's make it different. And if you want to have your black only dormitory, then what exactly is it? Number one, that you are gaining out of that. I can understand. You're around other people. You don't have to worry about, the different cultures. Okay, I can get that. But at what cost? Reinforcing all of the racism that so many people fought so hard to get rid of. And we come full circle, and now you're segregating yourselves. Come on. Yeah. Oh, is that Radish? Yeah. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So we're 339 in the let's go. Before we dive back in, guys, real quick, please go check out the Throne wish list. I am poor, I am broke, and you see my shit falling the fuck apart. You had your ears scraped by my microphone. I don't expect anybody to buy these things for me, but if you go to throne.com/LutchTIJ, then you can donate. It's crowdfunding. So if you want to throw $5 to get some lights that are easier on my eyes, a new chair, even some of Morty's dog treats, they are not cheap. Head on over to Throne. We also got the Substack. I just dropped a new article yesterday. This one here. Just dropped a new article yesterday. And we got all of this good shit. Kelly, you will definitely remember the throwback. The viewers versus fans versus audience. You'll notice I never refer to you guys as fans or my audience. A little bit more on that. A little bit of bitching about YouTube. A lot of bit of bitching about YouTube. And then videos of the week, some random things that I found. And just what else I'm watching. And then, of course, a throwback. Let's go back into this.
I will.
It's a yes or no question.
Do you think
gay people and
Yes.
trans people
They
are
are,
the same
yes.
thing?
Yes, they are homosexuals. Yes.
If you want to see where that goes, and it's right there. And again, I will put the link right there. Thank you so very, very much. All right, let's see where we at here. Where we at? No. Where we at? No. Where we at? No. All right, so we'll just start from. Actually, let's fuck it. Fuck it. I like that opening statement. I wanna watch it again. Trey said the problem was that for the most part, the segregated systems gave black people subpar everything. So ending segregation basically meant that the government would have to give equal everything. Yeah, exactly. So that's why, I mean, unless I'm missing your point, that's why going back to be like, oh, we need our own things is counterproductive. Because I understand that when it was segregated, it was subpar, but that's why we got rid of it. Quali said, salute to all the marvelous black peoples who take care of their kids and respect other people's rights. I mean, do we need the black there? That's kind of what I'm saying. And like, okay, I understand that it's a more common thing in the black community, but how about a big shout out to anybody who takes care of their kids? We've seen so many videos of these kids, adults, that can't fucking read. So anybody doing good parenting is good for me. Give me a second. Okay. All right. So in case you missed it, let's go again. Oh, now I can get all my my goodies. Now it looks like a show. Now we're here for the show. And yeah, again, I said yes. The black people part is part of it because it doesn't seem very common, and that's what is exactly what we're talking about. It doesn't seem that common because there are people who push these stereotypes, and yes, the stereotypes are based in reality. But there's way more good black parents than there are black parents who are bad parents. I mean, I don't have fucking numbers, but I'm pretty confident in saying that of all the parents, of all the parents that are out there, in any demographic of skin color, there's significantly more good parents than there are bad parents. Trey said most black people just wanted the government to give our neighborhoods and schools the same proper funding as the white neighborhoods and schools, not necessarily full integration. But if we go, so do you? Who is this from? We didn't even get. Up there, yeah. The Chief Justice Earl Warren in the unanimous 1954 Brown versus Board of Education. Do you agree with the general statement that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal? Because if you do, then I can understand wanting that as an ideal, but realizing that it could never be. We want it to be, even think about the feminists. We want it to be so perfectly amazing that every single second that you work and every single thing that you do is paid exactly the same as men do. But it doesn't work like that. And complaining about the wage gap when the wage gap for decades now has been debunked as something that is a product of hours worked, types of jobs, all those kinds of things, then it lessens any type of remark about any type of remark about inequality that women face. It's kind of a pick your battles type of thing. And I'll come back to this as we get into the atheist part of the debate. But I'm not comparing the plight of atheists in America to the plight of blacks in America. I'm just saying there's overlap. All right, so let's do it fresh. Let's do it nice. Let's go. Oh.
Is a dangerous idea for black Americans. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Because I'm racist. Just kidding. I want to make something very clear. I'm obviously not white. I'm not black. I'm Indian. The Indian Jesus. I don't have a personal stake in whether one racial group wins or loses this debate. In fact, I'm perfectly happy to lose if it means walking away with a better understanding of an issue I genuinely struggled to discuss. The reason I wanted this debate is because, in my experience, conversations about this topic often become personal very quickly. I've had similar experiences discussing religion with Christians as an atheist, and we can usually have a thoughtful intellectual discussion for a while, but eventually the discussion stops being about the ideas and starts feeling like a defense of identity. I think something similar happens often when we are discussing the idea of the black community. So let me be very clear about what let me be very, very clear about what I am and am not arguing. And you can just say it like that. You can just say, I'm going to tell you exactly what we're going to talk about. These are the points that I made. And the reason that I usually don't write a closing, number one, is because I don't know where the debate is going to go. And I'm confident enough in my positions that if you set up all the outline in the opening, then all you have to do is go back to the opening and be like, I said this in the beginning. No, but it wasn't knocked down. I said this in the beginning. It wasn't knocked down. And go down the list. About what let me be very, very clear about what I am and am not arguing. I am not arguing against black culture. I'm not arguing against black history. I'm not arguing against historically black churches, organizations, charities, businesses, or people voluntarily helping one another. Those institutions played an enormous role in American history, and especially during slavery, segregation, civil rights movement, when racial solidarity was not only understandable, but often necessary. My argument is that the modern expectation of racial solidarity has outlived its usefulness and now creates pressures that ultimately harm the very individuals it's meant to help. I believe every person should be treated as an individual. Being Indian, I don't feel responsible for the actions of other Indian people simply because we share ancestry. If an Indian commits a crime, acts irresponsibly, or says something foolish, I don't see that as reflecting on me, nor do I feel obligated to defend them. Likewise, if another Indian achieves something extraordinary, I'm happy for them. Well, unless it's someone that I personally don't like, of course. But other than that, I feel as though I don't feel as though if they have accomplishment that I personally have accomplished anything. My identity comes from the values that I choose, the people I care about, and the communities I voluntarily participate in, not from the amount of melanin in my skin. Yet I think many Black Americans are encouraged to see themselves first and foremost as members of a racial community. That expectation can create pressure to think a certain way politically, to avoid criticizing harmful behaviors for fear of hurting the community, or even to wonder whether pursuing what's best for yourself somehow makes you less authentically Black. To me, that's tragic. Not because I think Black Americans lack agency, quite the opposite. I think they deserve the same freedom as everyone else. The freedom to define themselves as an individual. Ultimately, my position isn't that the community is bad, or excuse me, it isn't that community itself is bad. Humans need community. My question is, why should race be the thing that defines it? Why should a successful engineer in Atlanta feel a stronger bond with a criminal in LA compared to a white coworker who shares his values, his work ethic, and his vision for the future. Communities are built around shared values, shared goals, shared faith, shared interest, or shared experiences. Did you see my that are built around
flick
those
my
things,
eyes up to
shared
check the
values,
time?
Goals, faith, interest, make perfect sense to me. Communities built primarily around immutable characteristics like race or gender inevitably blur the line between individual responsibility and collective identity. Tonight, I'll argue that while the idea of the Black community may once have been an essential tool for survival, today it too often limits individuality, encourages conformity, and unintentionally reinforces the very racial thinking that many of us hope to leave behind. And with that, I'll concede my time.
Gang, gang. What a great opening. So Trey said, yes, full integration was the right choice, but there was definitely a big divide as to how we get things done, rather full integration or not, and keep figuring it out. Well, I mean, that is the American project. That's why I appeal to the notion of the colorblindness of the 90s, because I completely accept that there's more work to do than just be like, yeah, we're the human race, everything is one. But that is the starting point. If I am able, or rather, if you want me, general you, if y'all want me to be able to see your individual experience, I first have to understand the grounding for that experience. And when it is grounded in the same thing as my experience, being a human, then I can anchor what we're talking about to my own frame of reference. And because other than Trey and Lethe, people aren't willing to have this conversation, I can't get off the starting line. So I'm so glad. Big shout out again to LetheWaterKai for taking this debate. Because racism is, racism, racialism, all that stuff is such a big part of the political culture, and it just shouldn't be.
All right, very cool.
And shout out to Lethe. Thank you for taking this.
All right, and
oh yeah, and just a typo on that. Like, yeah, the argument is never, or the argument is not rather that we fixed it. The 90s was good. Let's go back to that and hang up our hats. No, the argument is let's go back to the colorblindness of the 90s and redo all the bullshit that has driven us into this hellscape of the oppression Olympics. TV said, I have an idea. We should elect a black president. That should make it better and show black folks that they can reach the pinnacle of human existence. I don't know if that'll ever happen, okay? We're also racist that I don't think it's going to happen. But seriously, it's a lot of people were using that as see. But it seemed to, this is a little bit before my time when I was really plugged in, but it seemed to me that, we got a black president. That was more so used by white people or conservatives saying like, see, what are you bitching about? And so I understand that, one guy got there. He was running against Hillary. So, I think that is a huge sign that we're moving in the right direction as of the 90s. But I don't accept that it's like, oh, okay, we're good. I know you're just talking tongue in cheek, but just want to clear that up.
Lethe, this is your time. 5 minutes is going on the clock. Use this to refute or cross-examine as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
And so, let's slow this back down. Yeah. And again, so notice what Horseradish said. This is your time to cross-examine as you see fit. I don't even know if you asked me a direct question about my opening. Let's see if that's a big thing. If you didn't ask about my opening, then you were just getting right into the debate.
Okay, Lech. When certain events happen, are they segregated as and labeled as black?
What do you mean?
Like violence or crime or...
So I would have given, if I wanted to ask an easy question where I get a yes so that I can go and make my argument. That's what he's looking for. Because obviously, yes, there is black crime. What I would have done is, if this happens and if this happens and there's a black person that does that, people would call that a black crime, right? That I might have said yes to.
anything along those lines.
I don't understand the question.
So when, like, let's say the last words of a particular individual, like with or without inner city violence, like, he's talking about Black people, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay. So if things,
So that's my way of being like, I'll go with you here. I don't think you're wrong, but I don't fully understand. I'm like, I'm not. Oh yeah, of course. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, sure.
right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if things are segregated and labeled specifically targeting Black people, should that not give Black people the understanding that things are revolving around our identity?
Sure, but that's the problem. So it's a feedback loop. It's not just the media and the racists saying the Black community. It's people within the community reinforcing the idea that they are that community.
So in the instance that any Black person does, let's say
Trey saying to TV, talking about have a Black president. Trey said people make and say the most racist jokes and comments about him, his wife, and his children, and that's why I say he was the worst thing for race relations in the U.S. So then the question becomes, is it, because obviously I don't think you're saying we shouldn't have Black presidents. But does that then come down to we should have waited for a different Black president, or what's the next step in this line of logic? Because I definitely don't disagree that Obama being Black was a big reason for people to be shitty about other Black people.
So in the instance that any Black person does, let's say I committed a crime, usually wouldn't that be labeled as a Black crime?
No. What?
Usually that would
Black crime. So if you did, if you got a DUI, that's a Black crime?
What?
If you do credit card fraud, that's a Black crime?
What?
Doesn't mean Black people don't do it. But you're the one calling it a Black crime. Shout out to Wicked Dream. Welcome to the party. So maybe that goes in saying the majority of Black people only voted for Obama because he was Black. Because Trey was just saying that he was the worst thing for race relations in the U.S. And so maybe the existence of, because then the thought, because again, the conclusion from that shouldn't be, oh, well, we shouldn't have a Black president because then that's going to give people an excuse to make racial jokes. But I don't know where it goes from that, from there. But you bring in the fact that him being elected was something that people were just doing because of the Black community. Kind of seems like it falls in line with my argument. But yeah, Trey, what would have been better for race relations concerning Obama? Him being different, him being him acting different, him having different policies, him a different Black president, Obama at a later time. Like what should we, if we accept that Obama was the worst thing for race relations in the US, what should that tell us about the future? Shout out to Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. You missed absolutely nothing. You just missed the opening statement, which I read to you guys. You definitely saw that. This is just the 5-minute rebuttal. So that's all you missed. I mean, I'm down to listen to my opening statement again, but you guys will be the third time. And we got Boggs. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. I'm glad both you and Trey are here. I hope Lethy shows up. That would be really cool. But yeah, I think a lot of us are going to kind of already agree with my perspective on this. And so I'm happy to hear what you guys have to say. So I gave my opening statement, and then he was like, don't you think that there are crimes that are Black crimes? I was like, in general, I guess. he's like, well, if I committed a crime, that would be a black crime, right? I was like, what? No, what? No? If you did insurance fraud or if you got a DUI, there's no reason to call that a black crime. The black criminal. But I don't know where he's going with that. So I'm backing up a little.
So in the instance that any black person does, let's say I committed a crime.
So directly as I was saying, as he just tried to ask the blanket question, do you think some crimes are then now he's asking that question. That should have been where he started.
So in the instance that any black person does, let's say I committed a crime, usually wouldn't that be labeled as a black crime?
No. What?
Usually that would
black crime.
It's usually the way they portray it in the media, and it's not black people doing it; it's society itself doing it.
Can you find me one article that's a crime that is deemed a black crime in the thing? I feel like that's kind of the opposite, where we see that
Perfect opportunity for me to go ahead and stop the clock real quick.
And so you're saying, oh, the black crime. The media says black crime, black crime, black crime. Right on the screen here, the existence of the Black community in quotes TM. The Black community TM is a dangerous idea for Black Americans. And I didn't say. Did I? I don't remember saying the word crack at all. But yeah, so if you're saying the media looks at these crimes and calls them black crimes. I personally have never seen that. I've heard people talk about black crime in general, but saying the media decides that if a black person does a crime, then it's called they call it black crime. I would say the opposite. That we're looking at if it's a white person, white straight male does this. If it's a black guy, the van is the one that did the crime. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Bugs at my brain is struggling for examples of crimes some criminals do that others don't. Coming up short, but there has to be some. All right. I'm going to star that and wait for it. So don't let it go. Don't let it go. Oh, my goodness. Coming in early, coming in hot. The sugar daddy himself. Funk Master General. Actually, let's give him a little brick for that. A little brick for that. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so very, very much for the 10 gifted memberships. I feel like Funkmaster is just like hiding in, he's got cameras. He's got cameras on me all the time. All the time. He helped us get to the movie night goal last week, and he brought up Angel Heart. And we didn't have too much time to, talk about the movies that we wanted to put on the poll. And so I was like, Bug was pretty excited about that. So let's put that in there. And it won. And then we were going, and I really just wanted to watch Obsession. I was like, do you guys want to do this? I feel bad that, Funk wanted us to show this. And I get a DM 2 seconds later. He's on it. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's grab a few of these before we dive back in. So you said the way they, who the fuck is they? The media. Yeah, they're the media. Don't listen to them. Exactly. Big Funky Fresh. We said there's no such thing as a black community except places in Africa. I don't know. Is there a flat rate for a movie? What do you mean? Like, can you pay a certain amount to watch for a movie night? I mean, I hadn't thought about that, but if you, I don't know. I have to think about that. So I'll start that and we'll come back to it. Buck said black crime is just a bad phrase. It's crime committed by black folks. Then we have to section out what kind of black folks they are. True. So I wanted to go through the actual debate. Are you going to be around for a while, or do you want to come up for a little bit and then get back into it, or what's your night looking like? Box said EBT and welfare fraud come to mind, but as a white guy, I've seen countless white women do it. In that case, that crime is committed by more women. Exactly. And so he's trying to box me in and say, well, the media calls this black crime. And I'm like, I think it's the opposite. I said, to answer the question in everyone's mind, yes, banking fraud is a Jewish crime. True though. You'll be around for actually let's see what you got to say first. Let's see what you got to say, and then we'll get into it because that ain't going nowhere. So come on up, Mr. Ray. Interesting. All right, let's keep this rolling while he gets ready. I feel like that's kind of the opposite, where we see that
Perfect opportunity for me to go ahead and stop the clock real quick, and let's take a quick look. Let's just look black crime. Oh,
got him.
Oh, I'm not looking for black crime shows. Thank you very much. Black crime. Well, there's black crime statistics, but we're gonna put black crime.
Just do black crime, and then we should see a bunch of articles
just to see. Yeah, just news. See what we've got for news articles. Media perpetuates black on black crime. Task force meeting spotlights crime reduction. I'm not seeing anything, at least off the top of the thing here, that talks about black crime or uses the term black crime. I'm going to just use the words black crime instead.
Yeah, so black on black crime might be part of a
black
discussion.
on black crime is there. Yep, we've got that.
But saying that either theft or murder or drugs or getting arrested for one of those things, that's a black crime. No, I would not say. I do not think that, as we're seeing the media.
Do you see any instances or examples of it, Lethe, that I can pull up?
Nope. Liberty said, even if you're talking about crime that black people don't commit often, it's still black crime when you're trying to discuss that particular group. Yeah, agreed. The question, though, was, don't you think this is a common thing? Don't quote me, but that's where this came from. His whole thing was leading me down to say, yes, the media labels all of this as black crime. And so, we want to reverse that. Shout out to Trey Williams, the token. Welcome. Yes, sir. Lay it on me. What you got for me, brother?
I mean, this is a conversation me and you've had a lot. But I just think so. I've come to understand your point more when it comes to a whole the community aspect of it is bad. Like I've come to understand that point. I still personally think it's right thought, like your heart is in the right place, but I don't think it's a full like true statement to it. As far as I think it is just something that, and I think what colors my opinion of it is that I grew up in Texas. So for us, even when we got money and moved out the hood to the suburbs, we moved to a black suburb. Like I moved to a suburb that was 98% black.
Purposely?
So,
you were looking for communities that were okay.
So when we moved to where we moved, and I think I said it before, we're not like segregated. Like you can move if you want, but like most black people in Dallas, especially if they live on the south side.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit. You said if they live on the south side, what? Oh, did we lose them?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I hopped off my Wi-Fi. But what I was saying is like if you're on the south side of Dallas and you come into some money and you move out the hood, then you move to like DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Duncanville, which are predominantly black areas for middle class to upper class people. Uh, it just happened to be, majority black. So again, most black people, when they get money, they move to those areas because now that I'm even in a different socioeconomic level, I'm still around my people. As the same for like
So,
white people, that's like because most white people live north of Dallas, most black people live south of Dallas, at least
and
here.
just so I'm clear, you're saying that even when people get out of the hood, they still want to go around other black people.
Yes.
Why specifically do you think that is?
Um, Out here, I think it's conditioning. I couldn't give you no true answer outside of I think true conditioning. Like I
Okay,
said, it's
fair. So then let me ask a different question. Would you prefer if we lived in a country where you felt equally as comfortable, regardless of what race the people were? I mean, we get into
yeah, no
the
doubt.
slams then, right? So that is the goal that I'm going towards. And so in a short term for an individual family, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense to be around people that you feel comfortable with. I'm saying on a larger scale, there at least should be the notion that okay, for right now we're not there yet, but the goal is to integrate such that there is no difference except for individual racist people that are always going to exist.
Well, so then you get terms like, white flight, shit like that, where like so like the city I grew up in, DeSoto, when my mom was in high school, which is 1985, that's a predominantly white area. By the time I go to sixth grade, which is like 2004, yeah, like 2004, it's already predominantly black. By the time we graduate, we have like five white kids in the whole damn school. So even within that, you still see
How many red
people pick up and move.
how many redheads were in that school?
One, and it was Amber, and all of us wanted to crack.
Damn, that was going against my thing. I was expecting to be like, I don't know, and that's that's where I want to move this whole discussion in the same way that like, oh, we can try, oh, the gingers have no soul, and oh, you're whatever. But there's no actual, real, meaningful discrimination societally against people with red hair. And I think that is a possibility with race, but it has to be it has to shake off the current mentality of our people versus your people.
And that I think that's a very fair point, but it just always feels like the onus gets put on black people instead of making it a two-way street.
Well, I don't even disagree with that, but it's like it's a problem for black people. So what I mean, I could give you the white, the whites were the ones that fought to get rid of slavery, but I'm not even that's not even relevant here. But
Yeah.
if there was a problem with I don't know. Let's just go back to the gingers. If the gingers were getting real social discrimination, then it would, unfortunately, fair or not, have to be the redheads to say, "Hey, this is what's wrong. That's what's wrong. We want this. We want this," and do it in such a way where people who are not redheads are going to be like, "Oh, you're just bitching and crying again." I agree
Well, I
that's not
mean,
fair.
to be fair, we've always been told we were bitching and crying. They told Dr. King he was bitching and crying. They told the slaves they were bitching and crying.
Right.
They told Farrakhan he was bitching and crying.
Right.
So at
And so
what point do we get to turn and look at y'all and be like, no, y'all just don't want to hear us?
when we get to the point where we're not defending an identity, we're actually talking about the facts, when we're actually talking about the things that you and I talk about, the things that Lethe and I were talking about. So few people are willing to have that conversation, and so it's like you want the community want people from the outside to fix the issues that are on the inside without us knowing. And so, I think, especially if you go back in time, if you look at, say the 70s, then there was a lot of racism that was just not on purpose. It was just like, oh, this is how it is. Black people do this, black people do that, and da 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 da. Does that make sense?
But see, even I think I think maybe the '80s would have been better because let's be honest, the '70s we're like what 2-3 years from the actual civil rights act.
Mhm.
So I mean, at that point, it's not a big penalty to still be overtly racist. Now, I can understand in the '80s that being more of a thing, but then, like I said before, I think when we spoke Friday, in the '80s, and I'm one to believe that conspiracy. Crack cocaine was purposely dumped in our community. And I think that's what pushed us back way further than anything. And so, I now that I look at it and I turned 34 in like a week and a half. So with me turning 34 and seeing where we've come from then to now, I say we've made substantial progress. Um, so again, I think it's just one of those things of us us working internally and also I guess fighting the outside as well. Like when we had the conversation about race baiters
Mhm.
and I brought up white race baiters, and I forget who said it, and he was like, uh, because I think I said Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh were like two of the biggest race baiters to me that were white people, and
I'll give you Matt Walsh.
but I forget who said it, and it was like, well, he critiques white people, and then that's when I turned around and said, well, if that case, we have to take almost all of the people y'all call black race baiters back because they also critique black people as well. Like people would say Dr. Mark Lamont Hill is a race baiter. He critiques black culture and what we're doing wrong in our culture all the time. Dr. Farrakhan. There's plenty of people that y'all call race baiters, but when they're with us, they're telling us, hey, this is what we need to do to be better. This is what we need to do to push ourselves forward.
Okay,
So,
so on that point, how am I supposed to know that if the only time that message is getting out is when it's amongst the community?
well, I mean, media is free nowadays. So, I mean, if you're watching things like the Joe Budden podcast, if you're watching things like which things y'all would call ratchet black culture, but if you're also watching those podcasts when they have those type, which Mark Lamont Hill is a permanent person on there, so he's on there every
Mhm.
episode. They always have people like Dr. Farrakhan on, Deontay Kyle, people who are actually in the communities bettering ourselves, watching things like the Grits and Egg podcast where they're pushing black kids into, skilled trades, things of those natures. I mean, it's all in our media that's out for consumption that, as you're scrolling, you can just easily click on the video and see, you know, them critiquing us and also pushing
But
us forward as well.
but do you
Things
feel
aren't
like
as go
the
for
Joe
it.
Budden podcast is marketed and framed as a general audience, or do you think it's geared more towards black people?
Uh, Only because I know white people that watch it, I would say general, but most of those white people like hip hop. So I guess that's where it differs.
Right. And so again, we have a situation where it's my fault for not watching the black show. I
Well,
understand that that may not be an accurate representation of what it is, but from the outside, it looks like a black show. You get
well, so
BET, I'm watching MTV.
well, we watched MTV too. We love
Well, no, of course,
ridiculousness and
but that's
star.
my point is that it
I
seems
mean,
like
yeah,
in the same way that you're saying Obama was the worst thing for race relations, then things like having BET aside from MTV. I understand the short term gain that like, hey, there's black artists that I understand that, but I wonder what the timeline would be like. And I don't think you would necessarily have an answer for this. So there's maybe something to chew on. But if we had, we had slavery, and then we had the civil rights, a long time. What was it, 400 years? And
see,
then since the civil rights, we had Jim Crow and all of those things. And so even as you just said earlier, the 70s, well, that's really kind of very close to that era of which we're speaking. And so I'm wondering if it would be
so
fair, if you would expect that maybe it does take a little bit more time for people to get to the understanding that you're looking for, that you're not doing something wrong. Even if there's even if you're feeling like they don't want to hear us, and if people don't actually want to hear it, so on and so on and so forth, then what is the time frame in which we should be expected to take the issues that we don't experience and be like, I wonder what those issues are like, as opposed to having it presented to us in such a way that we can understand, like Jesse Lee Peterson. There you go.
Mr. Tap Dance himself. Uh, but so so I think we have to look at the time in between the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, and civil rights, which is Reconstruction, where you actually started to see um, Black people integrate into American society of that time. And then, if I'm not mistaken, Lincoln gets killed. The vice president comes in and basically wipes all that shit out of what was promised in the Emancipation Proclamation to Black people. So one of the bigger questions would be, what does things go like if Reconstruction is completely allowed to properly go through? Because if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to read up on it again, so I could definitely be wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, Reconstruction was close to like a 30, 40-year plan. So there was, actual steps and processes
Mm-hmm.
to basically acclimating everybody in and being one. We get that completely stripped back. We get into sharecropping, which is basically slavery. But hey, we gave these niggas a penny, so we paid them. And go for it.
So I'm trying to understand, if I want to, like, what is the metric that either you personally or the Black community at large uses to determine we're in this era versus we've passed that era, we've made some headway, and now we need to switch tactics to be a little bit more clear. And again, I'm going to be using this all night. Meet people where they're at. How do we determine, how does a Black person or the Black community in general determine that?
I mean, I personally think, and again, I think part of the problem is when you look at places like Twitter and all of these things, where me living in Texas can see something that's happening in Canada or wherever. I think that's kind of what fucks up kind of some of the things, and just the fact that in places like Twitter, being the most fringe and the most wildest type of person on there gets you the most, uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know, access to things. But what I would say is, I think a lot of us have basically been like, live and let live. I think one of the main things that Black people say is the racist joke and slide if it's funny. So if you can make us
Racist
laugh
joke.
from if you make us laugh from the racist joke, eh, that was racist, but it was still funny. So we're not gonna bitch about
Okay,
it.
so that's the type of metric that I'm talking about. And it has to be, again, if we want to talk about the Black community as a unit, and the Black community as a unit decides that they should be that unit, and that my claim here about it being a dangerous idea is wrong, then people outside of the Black community need to be able to understand where are the barriers. Because if I've lived around enough Black people to understand that, like, that unspoken rule, like, if you make me laugh, it passes. But even 10 years prior, people, just average people, wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable to make those types of jokes unless they were actively being racist. And so we want the racism to only be jokes. But without understanding that, then when you have people who, whether you want to call them racist or you want to say that they have racialized ideas or whatever, we need those people, and maybe I'm one of them, to be able to understand, oh, okay, this is where the line is. And so if I get here, asking legitimate questions, then I'm good and I'll get a better understanding. And then the line gets here and the line gets here. And that's how progress is actually done.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the old saying, you give an inch, they'll take a mile. So I think there's been a lot of times like so with you, one of the reasons why I like having this conversation with you is because I know for a fact you're being good hearted in the conversation. And so it makes it a lot easier. Okay, but it gives sorry, my wife was talking to me. Um
Yep.
it gives me it gives me enough to know that even when this goes heated sometimes, that at the end of the day, I know for a fact you're being as open-minded, open-hearted about this as possible. So once you get into like, because I've had certain conversations and other Discord things where like it's basically let's just beat on the nigga, and
Mhm.
and so in that part it makes you jaded to a degree. Like when I was a kid growing up in Ohio, like I would argue I faced more racism in Ohio than I did Texas.
Really?
But when I was a kid growing up in Ohio, it was always, is your mom on crack? Uh, what is it like being a crack baby? Like my mom's a nurse, so like,
Yeah. Right.
and, and so to a degree, it made me be like, man, fuck these white people, cause y'all ask me some of the most wildest shit that like, cause if I turn around and be like, is your mom a meth head? Then I'm tripping. Why am I talking about your mom? So
Right. And so at what point then? Again, we have to establish one side has to be the bigger side. We have to acknowledge that racism isn't just going to disappear. And again, maybe this is unfair, but it seems like a situation where progress is slowly being made, but maybe it's two steps forward and one step back. But I kind of feel like that's how life works for large groups. And not to say that like, oh well, your grandkids will be fine, so you don't have to worry about that, but just as an intellectual acknowledgement that hey, we're moving forward, and the people who say inadvertently like white savior racist stuff, that like all right, at least they're trying to help, and instead of flipping out about it and or chipping out as they say, then having that rational discussion, like, do you understand why you saying that actually makes me think, or puts yourself above me by saying that you need to dumb things down for me, or whatever the case is? It's like, what you mean? And again, I know I'm
well,
talking stereotypical, but that's the representation of the community at large.
well, because sometimes, like, again, me and you are more willing to slow walk the dog.
Mhm.
So I'll make a point and you'll be like, hold on, slow down. Let's go point by point on what you're actually saying. So I think that's what works better with me and you. But there are people there's a lot of people, like, more than I think we give credit for. There are a lot of people who are just purposely obtuse when we get to describing things in black culture, black community. And I mean, again, it gets irritating. I do understand people like you being like, whoa, I'm not trying to do that. And you're coming at me with that energy. But then when it's, when you're probably like the 19th person, when 15 of them has been obtuse, the other three have been just stupid, and now the one rational person is getting the unfortunate angry black stereotype when explaining the issue, then
It
I
gets tiring.
understand why a
I
person like
definitely
you,
experienced that. I experience, again. I'm not trying to compare one to one, but I experienced that exact
yeah,
same thing with Christians and atheism. But if I want people who are not atheists to understand what I mean when I say atheist, or understand that not having a particular God belief, whatever it is, then it's not fair that I have to fight that battle over and over and over and over and over and over again when let's say 6 out of the 10 Christians are willing to just brush me off and call me a degenerate and all that shit. Yeah, that sucks, but practically, what is the other option? And bringing it back to the race thing, then it seems like having these conversations and being able to pick away at the things that you think that don't make sense to me, and the things that I say that don't align with reality or whatever it is. It seems like actively engaging in these things is better than just be like, nah, you don't get it. Fuck Whitey.
Well, I get your point because there's something, especially at my job. Sometimes they just have me like fuck Whitey, and I had to catch myself. Uh, I think it was about a month ago at this point. Uh, just helping random white guy at work. Dude just pops up and goes, "Oh, you're one of the good blacks. You can hold a job." And ruined my attitude for the rest of the day with them.
And I hear that, and I understand why that is, again, like just the 7 millionth time you've heard something like that. But I think the reinforcement of the idea of the community is where those ideas originate. And so even if you are even if you're black and you have kinship, then operating on what the people who have the wrong ideas in your mind, it seems like simply changing the language could get to a lot of people. I think you would. I mean, I hope you would acknowledge that most people in general are not, actively looking to be racist. There's a big population of people who are, incidentally racist with the bigotry of low expectations. But most people aren't like, going out and like, I'm gonna offend a black guy today.
Yeah, I could give you that. I I think I think when you're dealing with certain people, uh, especially like depending on where you live, I think you find it challenging at times to stay above the fray or stay um kind-hearted. Like,
Mhm.
because again, once you said that to me, which was completely unprovoked, now I'm sitting here with an attitude because I mean, sure, I have a job. I've been at this job for over 5 years. So yes, technically I am holding down a job, but it's still so derogatory for you to just be like, "Oh, you're one of the good blacks."
Yep. I totally hear you. I think obviously easier said than done, but I think the response there is just to acknowledge, oh, you're retarded because you think that way, and
Yeah,
better able to brush it off. It doesn't make it any more okay, but for your own mental health, your own confidence, then it's just like, oh, that's that person. That has nothing to do with me as a black person. That's that person.
yeah, but I think it's also when it comes into sometimes constantly having to do that, or sometimes constantly having to be the one to, at a certain point, people get tired of having to be the bigger person or things like that. And again, it's not fair to the person that's coming in. So that's where I agree with you. It's not fair to the person that's coming in open
Definitely.
hearted, open minded about actually trying to figure out what do we think and what are we feeling. But it is sometimes that, I've been the bigger man 15 times today. God damn it. Now I have to be 16. But I mean, it's hard. I personally think things have gotten better. I think they're starting to get better again. Uh, I think at the end of the day, when you take the internet away and we get into real world life and real world action, uh, there is a thing of things are getting better. And then to like also talk about one of your points in your intro of why does the black man feel more kinship with the criminal from New York than the white man at his job?
Mhm.
One would argue that nigga, we be code switching. So I'm rocking with Brad at work, and then when I get home, I'm kicking it with my hood niggas rolling up blunts. So I mean,
That's a good point. That's a great point, and that's
yeah,
not something I
but I
would have
think
thought on my own.
two things are definitely true at the same time. Like I have plenty of white friends, but then also I go back to the hood I grew up in because I'm going to Big Mama house, and now I'm seeing all my friends that whenever I'm at Big Mama house, I'm outside playing with, and their fathers now they living with their kids, and I mean some of them still slanging a little bit of weed, some of them working now, but when we pull up, we kicking it, and then we go off, go our lives, go back to working, and a lot of us a lot of us have a very duality to life. Where in corporate America, I'm very, hey, how you doing?
Do you think that's a
Such
bad
and
thing?
such.
Like the need to code switch? Do you think that's a bad thing?
Um, no, honestly, no, because
Because
I think,
I think it's treated as a negative thing, like, oh, I gotta do this, but I think that is actually the a part of the solution. That like I'm with my people when I'm with my people, and when I'm out in at work or in public or whatever it is, there's a different way to behave. It does seem like a black coded thing to act like it's the end of the world, that you can't do this, that, and the other, and be using slang at work and sagging your pants, whatever the
well,
stereotypical
no.
ideas are.
So the second pants part, but the like, I think it comes with like a certain level of, how like sometimes people at your job just do some stupid shit,
Oh yeah.
but because of certain stereotypes, you still gotta like you like, okay, I'm not gonna do it. Because like at my job, I'm it's like 60 workers, only like five of us are black, which we don't bitch about, we don't complain about. But then they do certain shit, and we be like, what the fuck?
He's
Like, what are we
cracker.
doing here? Yeah, but we get
Well,
amongst
and
ourselves,
so I
we have
think
that
there's a
conversation, and then we go back to work, and we're
so I
fine.
think there's a middle ground there, because as I was saying, that like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have black culture, but I think it should be understood that black culture is that, but it's not a different community. That's really where I land. And I mean, maybe, as we
So,
continue having these conversations, I'll understand why that doesn't line up. But as of right now,
well,
that's where I'm at.
so what makes what to you makes it feel like we have this as a different culture?
What do you mean? People, I mean, it is a different culture, different
Well, no, what
music,
I'm saying is just
different
like,
ways of speaking.
well, but then, uh, so I guess because what I think what I'm trying to say is like, I feel like we're no different than like certain other cultures as far as how we deal with each other versus how we deal in the real world. Um, again, I work with a bunch of, for lack of a better term, I work with a bunch of rednecks, and
Right. And so right
they
there
live
is
in a like,
exactly that's exactly the point. That you can have your culture and be different in XYZ ways. That doesn't mean that you're not part of the broader American community, or the broader human race, whatever you want to say. The fact is that yes, white people are going to act differently than black people, than Asian people, than Indian people. Than those things are different. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that those things are different. But number one, as Americans, then we want to judge any culture based on the same metrics. And that's why we could say that Christian culture is better than Muslim culture. They're different, but that doesn't mean that if you come here, you have to be either a Christian first or a Muslim first. You can be an American first, and part of that is the freedom of religion, and so on and so on and so forth. That it's all built in together. There's no need. Like that's why I keep coming back to what is the
so
black part.
so I think it so like when you think of people like with some of the stuff that's happened with Candace lately, where now that she's kind of gone against the grain with Trump and certain things, now those same people that was cheering her on when she was critiquing black culture or denigrating what black people are doing are now the same ones calling her the hard ER. Are now the same ones. So sometimes when we go, yo, you're black first, it's always a constant reminder of that if you're not like if you get over there with them and think that you're fully accepted, the moment you do something that they don't necessarily like, and we're talking about white people, so when I say they, the moment you do something white people don't like, then they're going to remind you that you are a black person.
Sure, but again, I think that is a common thing that women are women in general. Super liberal. We've seen in the past decade how it's how much females have upheld the democratic establishment. Fuck, where was I going with that?
Well, so just real quick while you gather your thoughts. So just to the slight point that you've made so far is at the end of the day, while she might get on her feminist soapbox, and people still call her the B word, it and I mean I can get the equivalent to it in that sense, but at the end of the day, it's still a thing that's been historic. When you go all the way back to when Booker T. Washington was trying to tell black people, hey, we need to assimilate, do this, do that. The moment the KKK did some weird shit around him and he called it out, they damn near tried to lynch him. So it's been a constant thing of history where a black person tries to fully assimilate, get with white people, tell niggas what they need to do, and then the moment they say something that white people don't like, they're quickly reminded you are a hard ER.
Right. And so the point I was going to make earlier is, about all these super liberal feminists. As soon as a guy does something that they don't like, well, are you gay? And so I think that it's the same thing. They don't believe that anything's wrong. They don't feel like there's anything wrong with being gay. They just know that's the thing that's going to piss you off.
I I guess I get that part. I
It's tough. It's tough.
I mean, so I get what you're saying in like totality, like in the totality of things, I understand what you're saying. I think it still just gets insidious when um there's always up until recently. So I would say up until the last 40 years, which is I guess yeah, that would be the 80s. So up until like the last 40 years, you assimilating into white culture and then going against the grain, that has normally led to violence against you. So again, now that we're up into, like I said, the past 40 years, so I would say I'd even go up to past maybe 50. So mid 70s up to now, you know, I would argue that you don't necessarily get violent attacks against you, like it was before. But there's always been violence attached to most people going against the grain once they
Sure.
call themselves assimilating in to, white culture, American culture, however you want to call it. So I think that again comes in different into like kind of your point into it. It's a fair point, but I do think some of the historical context of how white people and black people have always kind of lived and kind of, maneuvered amongst each other, and this country as a whole is a lot different compared to those things. And it gets into a thing like a misconception is that we tell uh, black kids that the white man is holding them down. That's a very big misconception. Now, what we do say is you have to work twice as hard. There's been plenty of times recently that seniority was a qualification for promotion in our job, but I was passed up. I've been here like again going on I think 7 years at this point, I want to say. So I have the seniority. I've been doing the job. I do all the paperwork. I know the ins and outs of what it takes for team lead promotion, but yet I've been passed over a few times. And now to myself and my own self, have I been like, it feels racial? Yes. Am I gonna just go up to the boss and be like, you're a racist because you ain't give me a promotion? No, because I ain't found a new job yet. So I'm not gonna bite the hand that
Right.
feeds me.
And so I
But
think in the same way, I'll leave you at this. I think in the same way that you look up to the struggle that previous generations, whether it's your own family or the activists, have done to bring us to a place where it is better. then you are likely going to be one of those people that the kids, your kids, their friends, whoever you have influence on in your personal life, and then if you, decide to do anything larger directly for the Black community, then that should be a mark that, okay, this is a milestone, and things need to change. Things need to change in terms of how we think about what's going on,
Yeah,
and that takes
yeah,
time.
yeah. That definitely takes time. Well, I'm finna go be a family man. I'll hit y'all later.
That's what we love. Good fathers. Shout out to Trey. Any final
Get
words
off the
for people, sir?
Nah, just live and love and love and live.
Dilly to that. Thank you so very, very much. Always welcome to come on up and have the conversation. Beautiful. And so that's really what we're trying to do. Just work this shit out. Work it out. I'm totally happy, as I said in the opening statement, I'm totally happy to lose this debate because I do genuinely care about what this is. And if I'm wrong, then okay, I'm wrong. But I need to be told that I'm wrong and why I'm wrong. Otherwise, I'm going to think that I'm correct, just like everything else. All right, so let's dive it back in here. Let me see what you guys saying. Remember, guys, if you like having people up here, then make sure you support the stream. Otherwise, I'm just not going to bring people up. Box said, for real, if Trey came on tonight and told us that he robbed an old lady, I wouldn't need to call him names to tell him how dumb he is for that. So this is kind of what I mean. That's what Lethe is referring to when he's saying black crimes. Well, why even need to say, like, we know that. The bringing it up, yeah, the bringing it up is the I mean, I'm not going to call it racist, but that's the racial aspect of it. You're only saying that example because it's a black guy. You've never needed to clarify that you wouldn't be racist towards somebody if they did something wrong. But you need to clarify it there. Just saying, man. All right, so diving back into the debate, I gave my opening statement. We are only in the opening rebuttal. So this is Lethe's 5 minutes to question me on my opening, and he was trying to get me to say that there's this thing called black crime that's so heavily discussed, and anytime a black person does a crime, and I was like, no, I don't think so. Pause the clock to look it up, and huge L. So, he's looking for Horseradish, looking for black crime and not getting anything.
Black crime is there. Yep, we've got that.
But saying that either theft or murder or drugs or getting arrested for one of those things, that's a black crime. No, I would not say. I do not think that, as we're seeing the media.
Do you see any instances or examples of it, Lethe, that I can pull up?
Usually, the way it's put is inner city crime or.
Going back to the time, as you were.
Well, yeah, but inner city crime is crime in the city. There just happens to be more black people in the inner cities per capita. That it's incidental. And you could definitely say that the media picks and chooses what they want to highlight. But from there, then it's on you to know the mainstream media sucks and they're trying to divide us.
It's put as inner city crime or
going back to the time, as you were.
Yeah.
Okay, but inner city crime it may be over, blacks may be overrepresented, but that's not saying that it's black crime in that way. So is there what would be the issue with that?
That's usually the insinuation that's being said. It's that it's black people committing the crime. It's inner city crime. It's happening in these neighborhoods, and so that's what people are looking at.
Right.
So the differentiation that comes down to that, doesn't that put an impetus on black people to pay attention and make sure that they either stay away from that particular thing or know that that's an issue that's going on?
Yeah. What is it? Why do you need a community to make those decisions? So again, bring it. So he's telling this big story. Don't you think that the media talks about black crime and inner city crime differently? Yup. Why do you need to take on the notion of the black community because of that fact?
Because it's the community that has to deal with the issue. So,
yeah, but if you commit a crime in my neighborhood, I still have to deal with that too. So again, what's the black part of it? So again, you're connecting. It's us. It's happening to me. Well, it's not though, unless you group yourself with those people. But the black community part of it.
So, do you remember the '94 crime bill?
Yeah.
So when when Biden was forming the '94 crime bill, who did he go to get suggestions on what to do in regards to that?
Like I said, I understand what you're saying, but black crime is just a problematic term, and I hate to say it that way, but it is. I disagree. I think that there is a context to talk, like if you're specifically talking about demographics, then that makes perfect sense to talk about black crime, meaning we're looking at the crime that is done by black people. That is specifically what we're looking for. Now, how often we should be talking about black crime is another thing. But, you know, you talk about, if we want to know of all the Indian Americans, what kind of behavior is that? Then we'd be looking at Indian crime. Oh. All right, I have a side quest. I'm gonna hope that Box triggers it, because I have a side quest specifically.
The '94 crime bill, who did he go to get suggestions on what to do in regards to that?
I do not know.
Primarily black leaders like Jesse Jackson. He went into black communities and spoke with people in those neighborhoods to try to see what they wanted to be done in regards to how he forms this bill.
Yes. Okay.
I have a question, and then
I might have missed your point there.
I'm saying that things are pretty much segregated and pushed.
So again, all of this time is being wasted. So I gave a strong opening statement, and we are now under 2 minutes for him to make his case, which is to poke holes in my argument. And all he's saying is things are racist. Don't disagree. Missed your point there.
I'm saying that things are pretty much segregated and pushed into the black community having to focus on what's going on with other black people on a regular basis.
I think he fixes the echo in a minute. But you don't
And
think
we're
that
punished.
you don't think that black people can operate in such a way where you're helping other people in your community, and because of the fact that most of your community is black, then that's what you're doing. It's not helping a universal or national black community. Because like that's what I mean with the example of the guy who lives in Atlanta and is doing great, and then some other black guy in LA does a crime, and then he feels the need to defend that because that's our community, and then turn around and be like, well, why do you treat us all the same?
So do you not see that other black people are affected?
So notice how I make a strong point that there's a contradiction here. There's a contradiction. You're putting yourself in the group with these people and then getting mad at me for going along with you being part of that group of people. And just doesn't address it.
So do you not see that other black people are affected by what crime happens from black people? Yes. So with that being the case, if I'm being demonized for something that happens in Atlanta with another black person and I end up with a messed up sentence because that's just the way it's going to work, why shouldn't I be concerned and try to make sure?
Oh my God. Oh my God. How did you guys not let me update the banner? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a failure. We're going to do that. Well, let's shout out to American AF Boy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. What is going on? Box, I'm going to try to do these at the same time. Box said black crime as a term is not meeting the vast majority of people where they are in this conversation. It just shows distrust and contempt. Well, only if we're using that that phrase outside of the specific thing that I just gave you. Otherwise, it's as Glow said, it's just words that you don't like. Of course, the fuck Master General. I can't type. There we go. Sorry about that, brother. Of course, sponsor of the stream. That is 45 points to the 250. 3 out of 15 donos for the night and 45 out of 75 for the night. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, and Trey with the big 5. Except for the love of the game. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. And Morty's you good, bro? What are you doing? Are you okay? All right, we'll just leave you. I knew it. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, my goodness. You guys are amazing. Let me do it now so I don't forget. So that is 50 out of 250, 4 out of 15, and 50 out of 75. Thank you guys so very, very much. Amazing. Trey is goated. All right, what did I miss here? Y'all talking to y'all selves. All the whites have been at the bottom of the totem pole at one point or another. Very true. Very true. Yeah, that's a lot of people are talking about the global minority that whites are now. That's the new talking point. Glow said blacks really be out here policing language instead of the violence of their brothers and sisters. I don't know. I feel like you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Buck said, what is this for? The black crime. Yeah, maybe that's just my inner lefty, but I think it's true. Do you think it's true, or do you feel like it's true? Let me say, I don't get it. Do blacks want to have high crime? Shouldn't we focus on black crime to help black people? Yes. Bingo. Abso-fucking-lutely. Who is the overwhelming majority of victims in crimes committed by black people? Of course, other black people. Glow said, if blacks don't want to sow mistrust, then stop murdering and stealing. Black people victimize whites at a rate that is 46 times higher than the reverse. 46 times. And so when we are appealing to the community, these are the aspects that are some of the aspects that are represented. That's not all the black community means to people outside of the black community, but that's a part of it. And so if you don't want to be associated with that, then you can't use the language that way. American said, I grew up in the hood. Blacks do be doing crime. It's not racist. It's habitual. That's facts. Catalytic converters, that's us. Robbing stores, stealing cars at gunpoint, that is not us. Again, it's okay to determine that we're different. It's just it's not okay to say that just because we're different, then one is bad and the other. A black mother shouldn't have to worry about her son getting shot every time he robs a store. An actual quote from a mother after her son got shot. Oh my God. That is the thing that I'm appealing to. And that is what I'm appealing to. There are absolutely amazing things about black people in history. But that's not really what people generally think about when you talk about the Black community. All right, back.
Something that happened to Black people. So with that being the case, if I'm being demonized for something that happens in Atlanta with another Black person and I end up with a messed up sentence because that's just the way it's going to work, why shouldn't I be concerned and try to make sure that these things aren't perpetuated and people don't feel that way about Black people?
You should do that. I just don't see and see, he said it right there. Why shouldn't I make sure that people don't feel this way about Black people instead of worrying about how do I make sure that other people aren't doing the violence that creates the stereotype? I think the way that you do that is be an individual who embodies what you want to be the change you want to see. Trey said, Glow, that's not true. We definitely are trying to stop the crime in our community, but also forget that white-on-white violent crimes is at 87%. Well, that's just because there's a lot of white people. Most of the people here are white. But again, how many people are defending or trying to stand up for any of that crime who's white? I mean, maybe they're if they're in like a, what was that, patriot group, whatever, maybe those guys, but that's not a common thing. Shout out to Modesta. Welcome. So I really want to believe that was taken out of context. She actually meant her son shouldn't be robbing stores, so she shouldn't have to worry about him getting shot robbing stores. That's fair. All right, let's dive back in. So again, all you missed was my opening statement that I read here on the stream before we went in. Then he tried to combat that by saying that the media says everything is Black crime. And then we Googled and couldn't find any articles labeled Black crime. I'm not understanding how the benefit in any of these situations that by having a specific Black community within the American community, what part of that is relevant? Because I agree with you that there are people, there are places where people are going to be treated differently. Sentencing is going to be different. There are definitely racist people out there, so on and so forth. But I don't really understand how that speaks to the fact that we shouldn't, that Black people are harming themselves by appealing to the Black community.
All right. And with that, 5 minutes is now going on the clock for you, Lethe. This is your time.
So this is his opening statement. Before we go there real quick, do you see the actual one that we're talking about right here? I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time searching for it, but is it this one?
Tonight, we're hearing from the mother of two teens who were shot and killed during a robbery attempt this weekend. 7 people were shot, including the suspect who died.
Because we got some in the chat, people saying, out of context, and just is saying no. So let's get it legit.
Danielle Jackson joins us live. And Danielle, another mother cries. Such emotion tonight for that grieving mom.
A very emotional interview, Marius, and I can tell you, Shakia Cheryl says no mother should have to be able to bury their own children. She says she is still coming to grips with losing 2 sons. It's a pain she certainly wouldn't wish on anyone.
They just took my babies, and they injured all the rest of us but one.
Shakia Cheryl.
Is this the right story?
Says the pain and suffering she's experiencing right now is unbearable after losing not 1 but 2 sons on the same day.
When you see one, you see the other, and they both died together. They both died together.
Friday night, police say 2 armed men got inside of their apartment on Torbert Street in an attempt to rob her.
This isn't it. All right. I mean, well, if you find it and it's short, then let me know. All right. Opening a statement for LetheWaterKai. I'm gonna pee.
Uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
Okay. I have to start by asking, what community is accepting of Black people? The idea that Black Americans are moving to a city near you was a great way to get everyone in the neighborhood to move to greener pastures. The concept of block
today or in the 70s,
busting, the practice of introducing Black American homeowners into previously all-white neighborhoods in order to spark rapid white flight and housing price decline. Real estate speculators have historically used this technique to profit from prejudice-driven market instability. If Black people move into a non-Black neighborhood, they were in some cases and in still are met with distrust, hostility, and in short, downright unneighborliness. The reason the Black neighborhood is underserved and has poor real estate value is by design and not a byproduct of Blackness itself. It's the system that is hurting Black Americans, the banks, the real estate business, the police, and the government itself. In the mid-20th century, city planners routed many freeways through Black neighborhoods to build the cheapest land to build.
Again, the mid 20th century. We are now the mid 21st century.
On the cheapest land. Wealthy white communities had the political power to block roads from their areas. Planners also used the highways to act as physical walls. These walls separated Black communities from white areas. These same freeways were the access point that allowed the government to funnel drugs directly into Black neighborhoods. I'm sure we were all familiar with the practice of redlining. These same practices are the reason that poverty and poor conditions are a default for many Black Americans. In spite of all this inequality, degradation,
and having a Black community will help all of those issues by
hostility aimed at the Black American community, we still manage to produce beautiful poetry, music, art, fashion, food, and in short, culture. The Black American...
No, Box, you are absolutely right. That is my argument, that we should be treating people as individuals instead of groups. But the Black people want to be treated as a group. I don't know why. It certainly isn't helping, as far as I can see, but...
Music, art, fashion, food, and in short, culture. The Black American culture is one of...
I would say this is not relevant to the to his larger point. Like the fact that it was an accepted practice is enough for it to be relevant here. But it's a good question.
Art, fashion, food, and in short, culture. The Black American culture is one of the chief exports and stolen intellectual property of the world. Without Black American culture, you don't get Elvis or rock and roll for that matter. Seems like everyone loves Black American culture, just not the Black Americans that come with it.
Well, according to him, later in the debate, as long as Black people say that you're welcome to the cookout, then you're part of the Black community.
They're more than happy to take what we produce and leave us in poverty while they dump trash into our neighborhoods. You don't have to look any closer than the Black American church to find some of the most welcoming, friendly, and loving people on the planet. People that have been maligned throughout society will welcome you to the cookout with open arms.
There you go. And so, AF boy, put a number on it? What percentage? Let's just talk about Black Americans. What percentage, in your mind? Don't go look up some. I'm testing your thought here. What percentage of all adult Black? Let's stick with men. Adult Black American men have done a crime like that? What percentage of all Black men and adult Black men in America have done done theft, violence, or any of those things?
People on the planet. People that have been maligned throughout society will welcome you to the cookout with open arms. When allowed to thrive, we get a Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Black fraternities and brilliance. But lock away our thought leaders, elders, and role models, and you create
that is cultural appropriation.
Fraternities and brilliance. But lock away our thought leaders, elders, and role models, and you create aimlessness that has to be reborn into prosperity. Now let's talk about Black movements that have been perverted by the system.
Before we go there, so again, that's a very different thing. Yes, of the crime, a lot of it is Black. That doesn't mean that what you said, that every individual that's Black is a criminal. Come on. 14% divided by 2, 7% of our population is doing 80% of the crime. Okay, and how many people is that? Point being, like, you can't go too far to the other direction and just be like, oh no, they're all criminals. They're very obviously not.
It has to be reborn into prosperity. Now let's talk about Black movements that have been perverted by the system. The Black Panther Party was a revolutionary, militant, and socialist.
True. We are all women on stolen land. I notice you're not answering my question. They said, I'll go to a southern white person cookout. Their slaves showed them how to cook. We got the internet now. All right. The Yankees know what we're doing. Okay. So 400,000 people. How many black people are there in America? Or excuse me, black adult men. Actually, let's just go. How many adult black men are in the U.S.? So, okay. What is... God damn, I can't see the million. No. What is 19.5 million divided by... What did you say? 400,000. Oh, sorry. So we have 48% of that. I'm not saying it's not a lot, but excuse me, 48. Did I do that wrong? Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. No, I'm trying to do minus. Okay. Duh. So out of the 400,000, or out of the 19 million, so that's 19,100,000 people that are black and did not commit a crime. So the overwhelming majority of black adult males are not criminals. My stats, you gave them to me. Moving on. I mean, okay. I mean, I'm not going to argue that all black people are criminals. If you think that all black people are criminals, then I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Movements that have been perverted by the system. The Black Panther Party was a revolutionary, militant, and socialist black power organization founded in...
Colby, I'm so sorry to hear. R.I.P. Miss Susan Thompson. With a 21 gun salute. Miss Susan Thompson. So sorry to hear that, brother. I talk pretty good, but there ain't really much to say. So, I mean, if you need to talk about it, hit me up. It's very, very sorry to hear that. Welcome to the party. Let's try to up Kobe's mood. I'm sure he's having a fantastic day. Glad you're here, brother. Glad you are here. Where are we? So just saying 32% of black men have been in prison. How many of those were accurate? Weren't we just talking about how we need to get rid of juries because they're so bad at fact finding? Well, then I grew up around almost exclusively white people. I've seen them do all the crimes around me. Yep. Okay, we're just gonna do that. We're just gonna go. What percentage, or what is the total number of black American adult men who have committed a, let's go with a felony. What is the total number of black American men who have committed a felony of the current population? Like, it's just a very small part. It's too big, I agree. But it's crazy to say that all of them are criminals. So let's see. And as you can see, I have not read this beforehand. So again, was a total number of Black American adult men who have committed a felony in the current population. No authoritative current count. The most widely cited estimate from Senator Shannon about 6.8 million had felony conviction. No, that's not what I'm asking about. 33% had a felony conviction at some point in their lives. So they're going. So even still, when they're taking it based on convictions, then it's still 6 million people. Again, too many people. Not even a little bit close to all of them. So you want to walk that back now? All of them. Come on, bro. You're better than that. You're better than that. You know it's not like that. A lot of people don't. Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? Okay, so that white people do crime. Maybe that is the bias. You live in the hood and I live in the burb, so we see who does crimes in our area and come away with two different conclusions. Nope, we are looking at statistics. Trey said, man, say they were locking up Black people for anything. They gave my dad 67 years for a brick of coke. There are white people that killed with less time than him. Yup. And so, but even still, even if we concede all of that and we just go based on the convictions, it's still a much smaller percentage than all of them. And this is the other side of the argument. We can't get to the real discussion of the actual crime that we want to talk about if we're just saying all Black people are like, come on, man. I don't often meet Black criminals in real life. It's a lower rate than I meet a white criminal, but I live in a majority white city. Well, that falls in line with why you see more white people doing crime. And again, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I agree with you. But we can't acknowledge that 1/3 if you're saying it's 3/3. That's my point. Can you acknowledge that that's my point? I get your point. Lots of Black people do crime. I got it. I don't know, but you're not, that's not breaking news. Lo said, American, and those are the ones who were caught. Yep. The ones who were caught and convicted. So that means that there is some people who weren't caught, and there's some people who were convicted that were innocent. So I think that's a good place to just split the bill. Trey said, Black men also lead in exonerations for their crimes. Yup. I'd be down with that. I would, okay, I'm not going to say that. But yeah, I would get some blow every now and again if I didn't think there was going to be any fent in there. But, yeah, no. Oh, you're saying that they're talking about Dean Withers? Like, that's just a fact. Do people say that you're quoting Nick when you bring up the 1465 quote?
Come on, man.
Sounds pretty woke to me. See, your mind is made up. You're not interested in the topic. You have your opinion. And that's it. Fair enough, but I'm not going to waste a show talking to somebody who is, a brick wall. Anyway.
That has to be reborn into prosperity. Now let's talk about Black movements that have been perverted by the system. The Black Panther Party.
A brick, and you know that there's no bullshit in there? Fucking medical grade. Oh, that will improve your night.
Party was a revolutionary, militant, and socialist Black Power organization founded in Oakland, California in October 1966 by college students Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale. originally created to patrol Black neighborhoods and protect residents from police brutality. The party expanded into an international movement advocating for self-defense, community empowerment, and fundamental societal change. The only true lasting change was one of the 3 times the NRA advocated for gun control in the Milford Act. But this organization was also the inspiration for the Crips. The Crips started in 1969 in South Central Los Angeles. High school students Raymond Washington and Stanley Tukey Williams formed the group. They wanted to protect their neighborhoods from other street groups. The name originally stood for Community Resistance and Progress. These groups were shining examples of neighborhood accountability against the negative elements of their communities and the brutality of the system. This worked until the leadership was systematically removed and left unguided youth without leadership in this instance of both of these organizations. So if the Black community in any way hurts Black people, that is by design. In the words of Samuel L. Jackson in the movie Formula 51, shit don't just happen. Shit takes time. Shit takes effort. The Black community is...
Shit does take time. Shit does take effort. So, again, genuine question, not saying there's no effort, but what effort is being put towards that? Are we putting the effort towards how Black people are talked about? Or the things that Black people do that make people talk about Black people that way?
Where Black people find acceptance, familiarity, brother and sisterhood, and the birth of creativity, like a rose that grew from concrete. If even the Black neighborhood isn't a place for Black people to exist, I have to ask you, Lutch, where do you think it's safe for Black Americans? Where can Black Americans thrive and build family? Where can Black Americans finally achieve acceptance? And with that, I yield my time.
There you go. There you go. And so notice how, again, we're not going to the open debate yet. This is my 5 minutes to interrogate him. All the things. So I am listening to his opening statement. No entertainment value. Well, okay, I'll give him the entertainment value. You had the thing at the end. Just don't have him by itself. Fair enough. He laid out a bunch of things in his argument. But because I already gave my opening and said all of those things are in the past, now I get yet another 5 minutes to interrogate his opening, so that when we start, I'm already on higher ground. So I think a lot of what you said actually speaks to exactly my point. One thing you said was, we have great music. Lethe, do you play music?
No.
So what do you mean we? Are we good? Good. Give me a thumbs up or something in the chat, please. I think we're good. Good. All right, bet. So immediately, and yeah, Liberty, you're exactly right. This is the problem with the Black community idea is the fact that it is it's a racist idea. Fair. So I think Blacks have the most in-group bias and the most prejudice of other racial groups. It shows in how they're unable to hold other Blacks accountable, in my opinion. Agreed. That's said, you think there's not enough policing? Well, we obviously have to police crime. It doesn't seem to be helping long term. Well, that has to do with the laws. I mean, it doesn't matter how much policing you have if you're just going to get let out without bail or anything. So it all works together. Box said, we're getting screwed by design. I agree with that, but it's not just one group unless the group is Americans. There you go. Don't I always thank you. Yeah, right. They don't want the truth. All right, let's back this up. And God damn it. Exactly my point. One thing you said was, we have great music. Lethe, do you play music?
No.
So what do you mean we? This is exactly my point. You're tying yourself to other people. Got 'em. Solely based on the color of your skin. And I think that undercuts your value as an American in general. You're talking about Black Wall Street. Why not aim for Wall Street?
because we're not welcome there. That's what I pointed out
Said
in my
who?
opening, if you were listening.
I was listening. So there's no black people on Wall Street?
There are some black people on Wall Street. We're
Okay,
not
then oh, but they're not welcome.
welcome. And we have a harder time making it in these areas. Like I was asking you in my ending of my opening, where can we achieve acceptance?
America.
So you understand that black people with the same, like similar resumes, usually don't get the job that another individual would.
And of course, there's been studies on this, and this was this comes from, I don't remember the study specifically, but it comes from a very small study with a small group not good methods, and there is that bias against names like Jaquarius over names like John, but the results were way overinflated. If that was the case, then we would see such a bigger issue with black employment at like middle class and higher like white collar jobs.
Resumes usually don't get the job that another individual would.
Sure. I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist. I'm saying that the idea of the community doesn't combat that. And so again, notice how I just told you that about the study's bullshit. But I know that if we're going to get into it, there's going to be a study there. He's going to be able to say this. He's going to be able to say that. So I'm just going to concede that little point that racism exists. And then I can go on from there because he's not saying anything that is that's hurting my my argument so far. Shout out to Avery. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. What is going on? If I don't know how to pronounce their name, I don't know if I even want them to interview. Well, that's another aspect of this is do you is it a matter of we're here brought in chains and they gave us Western names and so now we want, like, okay, but Africa is a different culture than America. So if you want to appeal to African culture over American culture, then you can't blame other people who want to appeal to American culture over African culture. Call yourself something else, especially in the age of trans. If your name is Jaquarius, write John on the fucking thing. This is a non-issue. And again, it doesn't matter what you put on the resume. If you find a racist person, then it doesn't matter if you get the interview. They're not going to hire you anyway. But most of the other places don't operate like that. I'm saying that racism doesn't exist. I'm saying that the idea of the community doesn't combat that. It makes it worse. Why would I have, if I was born in 2020, why would I have any reason to think, oh, this name, I don't trust it, if it wasn't so closely associated with all the negative things of the black community?
And that's what I'm saying. It's by design that black people aren't accepted and have a harder time being able to exist in society.
Then why are you feeding into it? Why are you feeding into it? In the same way that you don't want people using the N-word, but you use the N-word all over the place. Like, okay, as of the 80s, maybe the 90s, I could understand we're taking it back. How is that working for you? Are people using the N-word less now than they were in the 80s? I don't know. But it's certainly not measurably different from just perceiving it.
I'm saying it's by design that black people aren't accepted and have a harder time being able to exist in society. So why shouldn't we have a place where we can let our guard down and be accepted?
Muted, stupid.
Muted?
Oh, that was a microphone. God damn it, guys. Hit a throne and donate towards the new microphone and all the shit that is needed to make sure the show is as good as it can be.
Prim's prayer worked.
And then chat, let me know if that is good. Fuck, I don't remember.
Fuck, I was muted. God damn it. All right, I fixed it. Amateurs, swear to God.
Lethe, why? Why do you need a pass? It's just a word. If you want to say it, just say it. I don't let anybody, aside from YouTube, because that's where the money comes from, tell me what to say. Now, I happen not to be using words that are going to specifically hurt people. But what's your obsession? You remember what you were just saying?
I will restart the clock.
We were talking about the idea that Black people aren't accepted based on certain stereotypes and ideas that people have about Black people, and it's harder for Black people to make a way in America systematically.
So I was asking you if that is reinforced by the negative aspects of other Black people who are in the community.
Me too.
Not ideal.
Saying we break away from the community and we're still treated the way they look at other Black people. So we have to, in some way, have a place for ourselves.
Exactly. Just saying the tribal nature of treating Blacks as a community combined with the large amounts of poverty in those communities will make things worse overall. Bingo. Yes. I disagree. I think the way that you're framing that is a feedback loop. Well, we as Blacks are so different that we can't be accepted. So we push these ideas that then further make the people on the outside not understand.
Did you miss that part in my opening where I was saying all the things that Black culture produces and that Black people do is accepted on its own, but the Black...
And so what did I say explicitly in my opening statement? I'm not talking against Black culture. I'm not talking about Black achievements. I'm not talking about Black history. I'm talking about the idea of the Black community TM.
People themselves, but the Black people themselves are not accepted.
You can save your breath. I explicitly stated I am not talking about Black culture. I'm talking about the notion of the Black community. Hey, the man himself, LetheWaterKai. Welcome, and a dilly. We had my boy Trey up here, who you two are the only ones who are willing to have this conversation. He was up here for a while, and he said that our debate helped him understand my perspective a little bit better. And we were up here talking, and this is definitely an ongoing thing. So one more time, a dilly for LetheWaterKai. Ain't gonna be any nicer to you, but here we fucking go. Black culture. I'm talking about the notion of the Black community.
Yes, that's what you're missing in what I'm saying. I'm saying that they don't want the Black people that come along with the rest of it. They just look at the bad parts of the Black community, society at large.
Based on what?
Based on the reality of the systemic racism and issues that we receive in America, the inequalities in sentencing, the poor ability to get jobs.
The time there. Do you think that there's racism? So that's another move to remember when you're not in the open debate. This is my time, and so if I see that he's either rambling or going somewhere that's not good for me, I'm just like, no, I'm gonna reclaim my time. I can't like directly cut him off and ask him a question but it's not just two dudes talking. He was kind of going off for a little while, and it was, well said, and I don't think it was relevant, but I didn't have the time to say how this is not relevant. So I'm like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. We're just gonna, what do you say? Reclaim my time. This a Black descendant of slaves on both sides. Interesting. We have. I've already said. Just now that you're here, I've already given my opinion about American AF Boy that he is wildin'. But hey, what are you gonna do?
Poor ability to get jobs.
Find the time there. Do you think that there's racism against other people of color besides Blacks?
Yes, but not to the same degree and not reinforced in the same way.
I mean, I would definitely agree. Why is that not reinforced in the same way? Because, as an Indian, as I stated, I don't tie myself to other people who do good or bad things just because they're Indian. That allows me, even though there is systemic racism, there's racist people out there, that allows me to stand as an individual. And even if somebody's going to look at me as one of the good ones, then in a generation, then that's going to be gone. I like to say that the peak of race relations, not the best, but the peak that we had was in the 90s and the color blindness. So I could have said this better, but the notion, the ideal that people were working to towards being colorblind, that was the first step, that was the first step in being able to see everybody as equals. But even though we're equal under the law, we have different cultures, different experiences, so on and so forth. I don't see color, man. I understand that we need to get past that and positively positively acknowledge that there are different experiences for men, women, black, white, whatever. But first, we had to go back to everybody has to be treated equal from the start, and the idea of the Black community budges that notion. And so you can't ask for the full equality if you yourself are taking it. Or taking the idea of the community. Now, if you were to
you're deluding yourself. Like, I have to let you know you're deluding yourself. If you're thinking that there was color blindness in the 90s, literally they want to take us back to before civil rights.
So that's why I said not the color blindness of the 90s, but the fact that we were working towards that. So he's right, but AF Boy said, I'm cool with Americans who have black skin, but at this point, I have statistical reason not to trust African Americans. I trust Americans, but once you put your color before American, I'm going to assume not trust you. I mean, again, that's fair. You're allowed to have those opinions. I just don't think that aligns with the society that you live in. There's the statistics are in favor of what you're saying, but the magnitude of those statistics being on your life is very little. Hey, Jamaican man. Yeah, my mom's side is Jamaican, and my dad's side is from Trinidad and Tobago, the West Indies. Trey says, so what I did mean to ask you was, how do we tie ourselves to the thugs? So do I have a side quest for this? I think I have a side quest for this. I don't remember the exact. No, that's not it. But like, as I bring up the defense of Carmelo Anthony after we all knew that he was guilty, there was a huge cohort of people, of black people, who were saying free Carmelo, not because they thought he was innocent, but because they thought he was guilty and they liked it. And so if that's the black community, and everybody who's black is in the black community, then logic just tells us that if you identify with the black community, then you identify with people cheering for Carmelo, even if that's not the case.
So,
even if that's not the case for you personally, even if you're not personally saying, "Yeah, go Carmelo," it's your community, according to you.
If you're thinking that there was color blindness in the 90s, literally they want to take us back to before civil rights, when we had to be pushed off into our own areas, which never happened.
That's another way that I should start saying it, because maybe I don't know what adults were like in the 90s. I wasn't one. I was a kid. But certainly, if we compare, let's say, middle school age children, what is the racial? How much does the average Gen, I guess it would be Gen Alpha, how often do they think about racial things versus the middle schoolers of millennials? Wasn't perfect, far from it. But we are getting way closer before all of the Occupy Wall Street, identity politics, oppression Olympics came through. Let's said, remember what the potential juror said? I couldn't imagine locking up a brother. Like, I don't even blame someone for feeling that way, but why are you saying that during jury selection? Just keep that to yourself. Get on the jury and do like the OJ jury did. They said, being honest with you, Lunch, it's the concept itself that is odd to contend with. I agree, because there's not much to it. That's my whole thing about the benefit. I'm not saying that associating with other people, I'm not saying that coming together with other people is a bad thing. It's specifically falling under that title.
It's back to before civil rights, when we had to be pushed off into our own areas, which
said?
never happened for Indians in America.
Oh wait, is this? Are you saying that didn't happen? That there wasn't a list of just people, person after person after person after person after hashtag after trend of people celebrating? Guy pissing on his grave, getting however many likes. It wasn't my fault. I just didn't have any black people around. It was too cold for them. Jesus. But as I said, Americans are noobs at this racist thing. In the 90s in Australia, we were fiercely racist and proud of it. We had a white Australia police. We called Aboriginals abos and joked about them. See, I don't know enough about the Aborigines and all that stuff to comment. No, I'm saying it's not real. It's a nomenclature issue. Yep, that was my argument. That's the whole thing. That's exactly what I am saying. Oh, you're not. Oh, I'm saying it's not real. Yeah. That's my point. So then why let it cause all the negative issues that it does if you can still do the same things that you're doing, having black organizations, black neighborhoods, and all these things, but not tying it to all black people? He's saying that the people saying that are dumb. The black ones or the white ones? Because again, I agree. We can be fiercely racist, but still love the odd bugger who we befriend. This is what I brought up about my best friend is black. That don't mean shit. That just means you found one of the good ones, which is still a racist mindset. Box to be a mile wide or a mile deep, depending on what you focus on. Where this conversation is at feels like a trap designed to make a wedge issue. Well, fair enough. But until there's more people like Trey and Lethe where I can work this out, then we're here right now. Lethe said, I'm not saying that didn't happen. It's just not exclusive and aside from the concept of a ubiquitous community. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. That's basically my argument, bro. That's basically exactly what I've been saying. All right, let's get back in.
Rights when we had to be pushed off into our own areas, which never happened for Indians in America.
When is it better? When is it better than the 90s? Which era?
Now it's better.
All right, real quick, gentlemen, let me just jump in. I'm putting 30 minutes on the clock. We're now in
that little look to you guys, like it's better now. Come on,
the open forum. This is just you guys going ahead and conversating. There's
conversing. I would even take perhaps that it is better for black people today than it is from the 90s. But the question was about race relations. I think race relations are worse than they are in the 90s, even if being a black person today is easier than being a black person in the 90s.
Plenty of time, as I said earlier on the last debate. No need for anybody to talk over each other. You guys got
mostly
30 minutes on the clock. And if you guys need more time when we're done, I will absolutely add more time on. But also don't forget, if you do have anything that you need looked up, just say my name and I will pop in like a little fucking fairy godmother. Clock starting now. Get back at it.
So why can every other group have a community? There's like a Chinatown, there's a little India, there's all these different groups. There's a Jewish area.
I'm Chinese. Do I appeal to what happens in Chinatown? And if somebody is Chinese in Chinatown and they hurt somebody, do I run to defend them? Or should I run to defend them because they're part of my community?
You don't need to, because it doesn't affect you in the same way it does a black person.
Okay, say more.
So
it doesn't affect if a Chinese person in Chinatown does something. It doesn't affect me as a Chinese person. But if a black person in a different state commits a crime, then it appeals to you because people are going to be racist about it. But why would people be racist to you if it has nothing to do with you?
Person.
Okay, say more.
So in the instance that something happens where a Chinese person, like, let's just talk about the guy Raymond Chow that shot a black kid. Like, are you affected by that in any way? Do people look at you side-eyed because of that and blame you for it?
No, but I'm not.
Do people ask you about it?
Yep, people are assholes. This nomenclature issue is not fixing that. No. Well, yeah, I mean, it's because of this job, but no, not based on the color of my skin, because I don't operate on that framework. If you're talking about community being pro-black, and then we have that situation, that is what is going to have the other person's mind go there to, well, you're black, right? So you have that's a reinforcement. And again, I'm not saying that there was never racism and it's black people's fault. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the landscape has changed. We are no longer in that place where you can't get a job, you can't do this. Okay, maybe some.
Yeah, we are.
No, you're not. Some schmuck might see. Wait, we got to go back to that. But first, I think we can all agree that women are the worst. It's like a joke. Where are all the ladies? Where are ladies? Where are you? Just said, when I was in England, I was shocked at how racist the English are against Asians, like openly rude in the pubs. America #1 for Chinese. Listen, yes, I think a lot of black people took Asians as a monolith in regard to the health issue going on. Same with the killing of little Tasha during the riots. Not familiar with little Tasha, but again, then why don't you see the same level of racism towards black people towards the Asian community? To various. No, you're not. Oh, yeah, wait, I want to back that up. The landscape has changed. We are no longer in that place where you can't get a job, you can't do this. Okay, maybe some.
Yeah, we are.
No, you're not. Black people can't get jobs. Black people can't get jobs in 2026. Come on, man. What is DEI? Some schmuck might see Devarius and not hire you, but the overwhelming majority of people don't operate that way. Sounds like an issue with the justice system, which you're not going to get any arguments from me. American AFOA was bringing up, points about convictions. We were trying to determine how many of the black American men have ever committed a felony. And even they could only go based on conviction rates. And that doesn't really tell us much, because as much as I love this justice system over any other, it still fucking sucks. Yes, and not hire you, but the overwhelming majority of people don't operate that way.
So if a large segment of our society has black society has an issue being able to get jobs, end up getting profiled and thrown in jail or arrested unwarrantedly because of the stereotype that we have against us, and this happens more often with black people than anybody else, why shouldn't we be concerned with what happens?
You absolutely should be concerned with what happens. What does the idea of grouping yourself with that person, how does that help?
In what way am I grouping myself with those people?
Because you're saying you're part of their community.
No, it's that I'm black. The black community in itself is like being in a town, being in black spaces.
So this is where I definitely should have added something in my opening about the fact that I'm not. I mean, I did specifically say, like, I'm not talking about black history, black culture, but I didn't define exactly what I did mean. And I think it became clearer as time went on, but it definitely was something that seems like up until now we were kind of talking past each other.
Community in itself is like being in a town, being in black spaces. If you're not hanging out in black spaces, technically you're still black.
Right? Didn't he just say he came from slaves on both sides? But you don't need. So are you guys talking about someone else? Okay, so right, you're still black. So what does that have? What does that?
So
how does that not count?
I think we're missing each other with the idea of Black community, because like when I'm thinking Black community, I'm thinking like being in a predominantly Black area.
Good call on Lethe. It's but I didn't realize it until he said it. But yeah, exactly. So I was talking about this as we go into this connection overall that we've been talking about, and he wasn't talking about that specific thing, and so that's where the wires were getting crossed.
That is the Black community.
That's why you make your definitions clear and early.
Whereas just being Black.
So the reason I specifically wanted in quotes and the TM is that the Black community, meaning the brotherhood of all Black people being on the same team. We need to support Black businesses. We need to do this. We need to do that. I understand the reason why, hey, other Black people have been held down, and so now we want to lift people up. But if the framework isn't there where you need that separation, then you're only undercutting your value in the marketplace. You're only good as a Black store. You're only good as a Black musician. Instead of being an American thing. And that I understand that I certainly didn't say that. It does. It does. But does it work for Black people? I don't know. But from the outside, it doesn't seem like it. Racism was solved in the 90s. I think I was saying the idea that we should see people, not for the color of their skin, but based on who they are. That was the best place that we're going. And since then, everything has gotten super racially motivated. And, maybe there's I don't know the numbers on violence, but it seems silly to me to think that just because, there's more Black people doing this and we've got Black Lives Matter, that race relations are better because of those things. It could still be that there are individual circumstances that are better for Black individuals. Right. And what I just said earlier, like it might be better to be Black, but the race relations are not better. And so do you want a world where it is better to be Black than it was to be Black in the 90s? Or do you want it to where nobody is, at the bottom of that totem pole, or at least, it's based on individuals? If you got, is there I see you guys are talking about this case. I'm not familiar. If somebody has like a quick thing to go over it, we could do a little side quest. I got a Pete, and then I need a water. But there are individual circumstances that are better for Black individuals. I'm not denying that. I'm saying, talking about the Black community as a through line for every Black person, that undercuts all of those things and increases the exact barriers that you're talking about.
Is that the same for Jewish people?
Yep.
So you're saying that Jewish people are not prosperous because they go to Jewish businesses, spend money in the Jewish communities, put money into other Jewish endeavors.
So if they're doing better than the average person, why wouldn't they want to continue that? Is that what you feel about the Black community? Do you think the Black community
shouldn't Black people patronize each other?
Doing better? Do you think the Black community is doing better than the overall American community right now?
No, I said they're doing worse, and that's why we need to patronize each other.
I mean,
because if we don't, who else will?
Anybody is ever a good idea.
But if it helped the Jewish community, why is it bad for the Black community?
Because they're different values, they're different activities, there are different things associated with that connection of the Black community. We don't see when's the last time you've seen a teen takeover?
Can you expound on that?
When's the last time you've seen a teen takeover of Jews?
So that's what you view as what you view Black people's culture as being, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying Black,
and that's the problem. That's the problem. If I'm seeing that the only these negative aspects from the outside, that this is Black community, this is a Black culture, I can't from the outside change that because I'm not in the community, so I don't know what it is that I've got wrong. And not saying Lethe or Trey, but if you just get, you're being racist. Well, obviously, I'm never gonna be able to learn. Hey, shout out to Trey Williams. Thank you again. With a $2 make you hello. All love, big dog. Gotta put the kids to bed. Thank you so very, very much. Appreciate the donations, appreciate the conversation, and always appreciate good dads. Let's fucking go. I was just going to say, Morty was so hungry. He went into the garbage, got a paper towel that had the fat from the burgers, and was eating the fat from the burgers. So shout out to Trey for making sure that, because that's going to go right through him. We don't want that. Podesta said, actually, let me do the banner first, because I always forget. So we had the 2. So where does that leave us? We are at 52 out of 250 for the week, 6 out of 15 for the night, and 52 out of 75. Thank you. So very, very much. Yeah, okay. So, Podesta, so Jews are the only ones really nailing it. They only marry other Jews. They look for other Jews for jobs, and to give jobs, invest in Jewish ventures. And they don't look to, I was going to say they don't look to the government to do that for them, but that's kind of a different thing. Like there's a lot of Jewish influence, but you don't see individual Jews kind of advocating for the government to make things easier for Jews. AI Boy said, I started to listen to the historical thing about Jews, and the first chapter was like, they were popular in England with the kings, but not the peasants. And I was like, that has not changed. Are they? Did not know that. Tell you Jews, by the way, can you turn the humidity down in Eastern USA? It's actually, I mean, you can always tell by how frizzy my hair is. It's not that bad. Like, compare that to that. It's all like, but it just rained here, so that's probably why. Lethe said, Jewish people make it a point to patronize Jewish businesses and keep the money within their communities, but we are using a community in a different way that I don't think exists. Yep. I looked up teen takeovers yesterday. I think you mischaracterized it. These are flash mob robberies. Yeah, not car shows. Yeah. But that's what I've heard them call them. I don't know. W Trey, let's fucking go. Bad dads are based. The Jews are not white is a misleading statement. Many prominent Jews are white. They can do like Hassan, and sometimes he's Turkish and Muslim, and sometimes he's white. Oh damn, are we that close to the after party already? Holy moly! Like I said, talking to each other, gang. All right, let's keep it rolling and feed the dog.
That's what you view Black people's culture as being. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying Black businesses, Black entrepreneurs. Why shouldn't we patronize Black entrepreneurs?
That is not what I'm appealing to in this thing.
I mean, you just did. But you just did. I don't know if you noticed it.
I didn't say I can't talk about it. I'm saying that the idea that you would feel that you have a duty to defend teen takeovers simply because you're Black is a bad thing for you as an individual. Do you agree?
Did I do that? I don't know a single Black person that does that.
So just so we have, just so we know what we're talking about here, let's do YouTube. Just first option, teen takeover. This is in Raleigh.
A 16-year-old accused of shooting into 2 cars during a teen takeover in Briar Creek faced a judge for the first time today.
CBS 17's law and crime reporter Dina Harley joins us live outside of the Wake County Justice Center, where Justin Amir Brown appeared in court, breaking down his charges. Dina.
Yeah, he is facing several felonies.
We're going to get footage here. What are we doing over here? Oh, there we go.
Now from that teen takeover that Raleigh police say started on 4th of July weekend in the Briar Creek area and then ended on Glenwood Avenue. Warren say Brown was in Briar Creek with thousands of other teens during the fireworks event when he allegedly got into a fight with some other juveniles, pulled out a handgun and fired into 2 cars with people inside of them. 2 adults were sitting in one of the cars and an adult and 4 kids were sitting in the other.
And so again, the news is calling it teen takeover. So I mean, we can have our issues with the news, but that's what That's what they're calling it.
Hopefully nobody was seriously hurt. Brown is one of 2 juveniles currently facing charges, but Wake County District Attorney Lauren Freeman says she expects more charges in 9 total shootings from the takeover. Activists I talked to today say they want to see more programming for young people in the area, even when they are accused of crimes.
These juveniles' brains are still developing. They're still learning. That means they're still.
So we're making excuses now. Oh, they're just poor little babies. They didn't know that it was wrong. Now we have Kerwin Pittman defending these criminals and telling you to also defend the criminals. I'm all for these programs. I was just talking about King Randall. I love what he does. Well, he'll take either a class of young black boys or young black girls and teach them real life shit about how to be in regular society, and that doesn't negate black culture. But as I was asking, as I asked Trey earlier, he was talking about how in my example where it's like the engineer in Atlanta has more kinship with the criminal in LA than the guy that works next to him. And Trey was saying, well, I mean, I code switch, so how well does he really know me? Well, pretty well if you're just changing the way that you speak. But if you're becoming a completely different person, then you must ask yourself, why do you need to become that entirely different person just to operate in the workplace? Is there anything left of this? Let's see.
Valuable. That means we still have time to really pour and invest and shape the direction of their future by giving them those supportive services. And so right now, you really don't see a heavy push and investment in these things besides just locking them up. And it's just not going to work. We can't arrest our way out of this issue.
And in response to that teen takeover and any concerns there, Raleigh city leaders are right now.
And again, like I saying, this morning is being paid to come on and make this narrative. I am 1,000% willing to acknowledge that this may not be representative or it may not perfectly reflect reality. But it happened. And I bring it up. And then this happens. Okay.
So I don't know where you're getting this from. What black people do you know that are doing that?
I mean, I don't really talk to people like that. The black people that I know aren't doing that. So
where did you get the idea that this is happening?
Because of the.
I don't even know what a teen takeover is.
I don't know if you the news. I have the internet, but social media, the things that go out there, the trends that are made. This is again why I think everybody should be on TikTok. The trends, what people are actually saying, and of course that's totally agree. Getting to the root cause, having those after school programs, all that shit, that's amazing. But lessening the accountability does seem to be a habit. It's not my only source, but you can see that when's the I didn't hear the phrase black fatigue until maybe last few years.
And was that the algorithm pushing that forward, or was it just because everybody was saying it? Black people are saying it, white people are saying it, or is it because it's being pushed forward in the algorithm?
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. Yeah, you can't say it's pushed in the algorithm, or is it people saying it? It wouldn't be pushed in the algorithm if people weren't saying it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the algorithm can't color, is going to show you certain things, but like it's to the degree where you would say that. Just again, to go back to take it outside of race, to say that there's more crime in cities than there are in rural communities. Like, do I need a source for that? Or I'm
going to say that's systematic, and that's the media doing it and put it in your mind that this is a thing. Okay. You could have gone your entire life and never heard this, and it would never been a thought in your mind. But you have fallen victim.
I still would have done
propaganda.
Even if I didn't know about it, there would still be people doing it
unknowingly.
What propaganda specifically are you talking about?
Black fatigue. You wouldn't even know or care about that if it wasn't pushed forward in the algorithm.
Nope. There's always been a negative connotation with hood and ghetto and stuff like that. Well, look at this chat that said they should patronize each other. Sorry, but I'm white, and the first thing I don't think, does a black person own it? I can't go there. Exactly. Most people don't. Most people are like, I want a Gatorade. If anything, It's the thank you, come again, the Indian people about, having stores and doing this, that, and the other. This person is exactly right. There is no need to patronize people who are on your level. You patronize people who are below you. That is what is being referred to. It just has a name now. And we're seeing
how'd that get there? Well, black fatigue didn't start as what it is now.
When you see a pattern, then there's a reason to label that pattern. So I want to take this opportunity for a side quest, and especially since Lethe is here. This is a tongue-in-cheek. This is a tongue-in-cheek question, but the purpose of me bringing up is real. And so the question becomes, what part of this patronage? Oh yeah, but I'm not saying you shouldn't do. I'm not saying that if you're black, you should avoid black-owned businesses. I'm saying when you put black-owned business, then that's a virtue signal to the people who, I'm going to be a good person. The white ones, the white chicks, I'm such a good person because I threw some pennies at the blacks. Instead of it just being a store. They understand growth. I'm sorry. Bug said feminism has cut men out of kids' lives. This is where we are. 3 arguments I made tonight clearly laid out on how women do different crimes than men, and how much more visible it is. Color set aside. Bingo. Yep. Bug said buy stuff from people you like. That's how it goes. I buy stuff from the people who have the things that I like. I don't care if I don't like you. If you have a thing that I want and I have the money to pay for that thing, that's capitalism, baby. So again, the tongue-in-cheek question is, which part of this is the black community or black culture? Obviously, again, it's just a demonstration.
This person is right here.
That I don't know. I can't tell
First
you.
black kid to integrate into all white schools.
Okay, that I don't know. Put me on.
First name starts with the R.
It's not Rosa Parks. It's not Rosa Parks.
Ruby Bridges.
Ruby Bridges. So what did Ruby Bridges learn?
She was the first black kid to integrate into all white schools.
Okay, yeah. And what did she do?
Okay, and what did she do? What do you mean? What do you mean?
She integrated in all white schools.
I mean, yeah, but what did she do? Did she protest?
She didn't protest. She was just a kid who was trying to just go to school with.
So she literally broke a racial barrier, but she didn't hold a sign that someone else gave her. So I don't care.
Kids that didn't want her there.
So even while she was going to kids with black,
she was the only black kid. Yeah, she was the only black kid in an all white school.
That was the top comment. That was the top comment. I'm not opening comments. It's she's still alive. Oh, and so exactly. You know who Ruby Bridges is. You are familiar with Black history, but you don't associate with her. So which part of this is the black community?
And they all hate it.
But she never protested against it. She never sat there and been okay, I'm the only black student. Okay, I want to promote other black children to sit there and go to my school. I mean, even, but there's even videos of black children who are tell you so that.
I know that,
right. But okay, we don't deserve this. We don't deserve to
no,
do
yeah.
this. And
No, she just put up with it.
But she never sat there and protested for her black community. Okay.
Can y'all name who? This person is right here.
Jefferson It's not Jefferson. It's something Franklin though. It's not Franklin. Yeah.
Starts with the F. This person name.
I know his history though. He was a slave that went overseas and he was shipped overseas in a box. I just don't trying to fight for his freedom, but they didn't want to give it to him, so he packaged himself in a box and shipped himself overseas, and that's how he ended up discovering his freedom.
I don't know that story.
Yeah, really?
Frederick Douglass.
It's not Frederick Douglass.
That's Frederick Douglass.
That's Frederick Douglass. Okay.
Can you name who she is?
I know her face. She was a very famous.
So I mean, we get the point, but the fact is exactly. I don't think there's a ubiquitous black community, and so using that term obfuscates the reality that you and I agree with, that there's not a ubiquitous black community. Yeah, the first black kid. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Box with the big 5. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Let's get more to history. Eat it, you lazy fuck. You lazy fuck. Thank you so very, very much, sir. So the owner of Little Caesars paid Rosa Parks rent when she fell in hard times later in life. Never took credit for. Well, then how do you know? How do you know if he never took credit for it? No, I'm just kidding. But pizza. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so very, very much, sir. All right. I don't know if we're gonna get. I have a box-centric side quest. Oh shit! We're in the fucking. Yo, where's Dick? We've been in an after party time for a fucking minute. Jesus Christ. How many non-members do we have here? I'm gonna make Lethe a moderator so he can stay during the after party. So we'll do this. We'll end. Not end, but so for. Oh my goodness! Again. Thank you. So very, very much. Again. So here's what we're going to do. Again, remember, guys, if you are not a member, you will still be able to see the show. The chat will be going to members only. Lethe, I gave you a badge, so you'll still be able to chat as well. And we got the Horseradish in the building. Welcome to the party. Make you a moderator, too. There we go. So you're going to see us quiet people here in the corner. Everybody. Thank you so very, very much. So let's add this to this one, and we'll see where we're starting. We have 5 and 7 is 59. Then we had 8 out of 15, and then 7 to 50. Oh yeah, 59. Boom. So that means we are going into the members only after party with 59 points, guys. And of course, points for the movie night are doubled as soon as the members chat, or as soon as the chat goes to members only. If you're not a member, you can still watch. If you still want to chat, you can head over to the Rumble stream where that chat is going to stay open. We won't be able to bring it up on screen, but hey, that's the way it goes. So make sure you, if you're on Twitch, did I just drop that? Yeah, Twitch, hit that link. We are getting rid of Twitch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Twitch, you're gone. And for those of you who are not members or moderators, please sign up because we about to go to members only. Chat just starts at $2.99 a month. Are you ready? Now, Radish and Lethe, I gave you guys wrenches, so you'll be able to chat if you want to stay. Here we go. Members only. The party rages on. Let's fucking go. Should I? All right, let's just start with Box. You're here, right? I figure this is a good. It's a good different. What am I saying? I don't know, but this is specifically for Box, and you're all gonna enjoy it.
That's your comment. Why is everyone using the word icky? What is happening here? I have seen the word icky, specifically the word icky, used well over 100 times now. What in the hive mind is happening? I am concerned for everyone's communication skills. I understand that society and culture are impacted by like mainstream and popular trends, but the way that it has influenced like the depth of how people are capable of communicating about complex subject matter is actually limiting and putting a lot of boundaries around the way that we can express ourselves. And it's also limiting our access to clarity and imposing an interesting type of immature, in my opinion, immature shame onto the act of.
That's all it is. Anytime Box says that when we're talking about something and it feels icky. And that's where it ends. That's not an argument.
communicating. Now, to address your comment, direct communication is always the best policy. The main reason that people are not—
Oh, wait. Oh, God damn it. Did you hear it? She's basically saying, why is everybody saying icky? Because it's immature and juvenile.
comfortable with direct communication is because we are not living in a society that values direct communication. We live in a society that teaches us that if we are passive, that is polite. And if we are direct, that's crass, that's rude. And because we are conditioned to conflate passivity with—
Well, this is more common like in the dating sphere of like, he did this and gave me the ick. What she's talking about is what I'm talking about is when Box and I don't know a lot of other people using it, but that's why I saved this, because like, it's not just Box. Just saying, I don't like that, it's icky. And like it may be descriptive of your feelings, but it's not descriptive of how your feelings address or are relevant to the reality. So here, I'll drop the link here, and this one will also be in the Substack article posted Sunday mornings for free. Check it out. All this shit for free every Sunday morning. What I was watching, videos of the week, just yapping about shit that either didn't come up here or what was this one? I was mad at YouTube. Viewers versus fans versus audience. Maybe you noticed that I never refer to you guys, people watching CIJ stream, as fans or my audience. I always say viewers because it feels pretentious to call you my fan, but that's how do you guys feel about that? And then of course the question of the week, as well as the throwback. So go check it out. It's free. It is free. Of course you do. Of course. The lefties, they fucking love that shit. Icky's not an argument, but it's effective in communication. Okay, fair. But as Podesta said, it is effective in getting you to the place of me understanding that you feel that way. But in a political context, in an intellectual context, in an academic context, it doesn't help me for you to just say, well, I feel like I don't like that. That doesn't help us. The use of icky, gotcha. Nope. Act like Nightbot and you'll get a wrench. All right, let's dive back in.
Well, Black fatigue didn't start as what it is now.
When you see a pattern, then there's a reason to label that pattern. Joe said, I think Indian is afraid to tell Letty that there could be factors other than racism contributing to the differences. Nope, that's what I'm about to say. Spoiler alert.
Have you ever heard the term woke?
Doesn't mean that all black people are like that, but it's like, here we go again. It's the same thing with feminists. You can't group yourselves in this worldview and then get mad when that worldview comes back at you. Oh, now you want the patriarchy. When we're on the date, you want me to pay for it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to pick a principle and operate on that principle.
Have you ever heard the term woke?
Wish I hadn't. Too much. Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you know what its original meaning was?
Be aware.
To be aware of social injustices that are being put forward against you. But it's now.
And now that we're on the topic, after the stream, just because I've over time given a lot of wrenches out, I'm gonna be redoing that. Some of the people who aren't around anymore. I don't want maybe they left for a reason. They're gonna come back and fuck shit up. I don't know.
To be aware of social injustices that are being put forward against you. But it's now been changed and pushed forward in the algorithm as something negative. Same thing goes. Black fatigue was initially a thing that Black people felt in regards to oppression coming from the system itself. So these things are being perverted and changed and propagated out.
No, hey. We're not talking about the ick. We are talking about, I think that's icky as a political argument.
I've already agreed with that. To see the negativity.
I've already agreed with that, I think 4 times now.
So why would
you agree with that?
Black people?
You are in, but that is one aspect, the outside aspect that's casting all these aspersions in the Black community. Then you have Black individuals saying, "This is our community," and like other, I genuinely do appreciate you having this conversation. There's one other guy on on my channel that's willing to, but it's very difficult to have this conversation because so quickly, as I said in my opening, it gets to be about like, oh, you just don't like black people, or you're not trying to do this. When I'm genuinely
I never accused you of that. I think you're just
no,
misguided and misled.
Fair enough, but I'm just clarifying that the reason that this conversation, maybe I'm so far outside, is because the Black community, TM, the label, the Black community, has labeled these discussions unfair and automatically racist.
Because what ends up happening is they end up conflating things that they're hearing on social media with actual black people and how we feel
Stop
about
feeding
these
into it.
situations. And you're saying that black people are
feeding into that exact thing,
accepting that teen takeovers, whatever those may be, are a part of black culture, and it's not. These are
language evolves. We do have semantic obfuscation, but we do also have organic evolution of language. Words are how they are used. There's a thin line there between semantic obfuscation and just the organic evolution of a word, but they're different.
That teen takeovers, whatever those may be, are a part of black culture, and it's not. These are things that you're being told.
I mean, a picture of a teen takeover. That's the exact example I always use. Literally used to mean literally, and literally now means figuratively. That's not all black.
I don't know what a teen takeover is.
I mean,
and what is a teen takeover? You want to explain it to me?
It's when thousands of kids, teens, 20s, whatever, they take over a block and they do like what do they call it? Like donuts in their cars and just causing havoc.
That's literally car culture. That's what they call like rallies.
Bro, it's not a rally. And so even already the what's the word I'm looking for? The default. It's like, no, that must not be black people. Number one, I don't know what it is, and I'm in the community. So if I don't know what it is, then it can't be a black thing. Yes, I'm putting words in his mouth, but I'm not trying to say this is what he's saying. That's my commentary. Clearly you're going around with that. I should have maybe used a different. That's just the visual that I get because that's usually what they throw on the news. But notice how your default was to defend the black community against a thing that you didn't understand. And so I'm like, no. I'm specifically talking about this thing. Then without that connection or that perceived connection, you're not lowering yourself by saying, oh yeah, those teen takeovers, that's fucking crazy shit. This is a thing dumb kids do. I wouldn't really be aware of it. If I were in high school, I would. I mean, none of us are in high school. Where's W going? Nothing to do with black people in general, but the black people have to do with the teen takeovers. Again, I mean, if you can find another one that's not overwhelmingly black, I will play it and eat my words. But you good? I don't think you can do that.
That's literally car culture. That's what they call like rallies.
Bro, it's not a rally. But what? Yeah, I was a racer, bro. My first car was a 4-door Civic that I got everything off of eBay. I got my catalytic converter, the exhaust, even an intake, and then the car couldn't pass inspection. So I'm very familiar with all that shit.
That's what they call like rallies.
Bro, it's not a rally. But what? Like, just look at if you want to pause the clock, the clock, and just find the first thing you see about teen takeover. I'm happy to see that. It's so quiet. See, even there, I said that because I'm uncomfortable with the quiet. Teen takeover, and just go to images, and we'll see
relax,
if any of those are not overwhelmingly predominantly black. Oh, he's talking. He's magic.
Yeah, I've seen this kind of culture before, and it happens literally with like people with souped up cars that go into
Yeah, that's a
like
different
populated
thing.
areas?
That's a different thing. I know exactly
Because it's labeled differently.
No, it's an entirely. It's not a meeting of people who are there to show off their cars. It is people who are there to meet up and cause havoc and just do. Like the donuts was just a part of it. All right, what do we got here? Lethe gives us the LA Times. Children who join 7-Eleven flash mob turned in by the police. Let's zoom this in a little bit. This is from October 24. At least 3 parents turned in their children. Who wants to bet if those children or those people were black? Just saying. At least three parents turned the children into LAPD for the involvement in multiple flash mob robberies at 7-Eleven stores across the city this summer. Parents spotted their children in surveillance footage released by the LAPD. Many of those involved in robberies did not attempt to conceal their faces as they grabbed bags of chips and candy. From July 12th to September 20th, kids on bicycles swarmed 7-Eleven stores in groups of 20 to 40. The LAPD responded to 14 reports of flash mobs, primarily made up of teenagers wearing hoodies over their heads or simply smiling as they grabbed armfuls of items off the shelves. Some wore masks or t-shirts pulled over their faces, according to still images taken from the surveillance footage. All but one of the robberies were carried out Fridays between 6 and 8:30. They were spread across multiple neighborhoods. One day after the LAPD released the images, the first 3 parents turned their children into the police. And then, is this a different article or is this the same one? I mean, a different instance? Many of the teenagers were not from the neighborhoods where they carried it out. Okay, and so that's an example. Sure. We get where this is LA, where again the predominant minority is going to be a lot more Hispanic than others. But yeah, I don't see that this is knocking down the notion of the teen takeovers. This is just another thing. I'm going to give you a pass today. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. You're rarely here. You don't do any of the things that I need mods to do. I just gave Lethe and Horseradish because they are in the video, and I want to hear what they have to say about this. You are not owed anything. I just said I need to get rid of some of the mods because I have too many. I'll leave it there. I'm sorry you're having a bad day, but please don't take it out on me. And you are not owed anything. It's not a meeting of people who are there to show off their cars. It is people who are there. Sorry, I missed this one. Lethe say to say this is black culture, you would also have to say it's Latino culture. I would say it's dumb kid culture. I don't put the teen takeovers in the same thing as a flash mob that's going in 7-Eleven. The distinctive aspect of it is taking over open streets. So yes, that was a flash mob, but that wasn't a teen takeover. To meet up and cause havoc and just do like the donuts was just a part of it. There's property damage usually is the purpose.
Bro, that's what I'm telling you. When I was in high school, all the Asian kids were doing this.
Doing what? Teen takeovers?
A bunch of them would show up in an area like a mall parking lot or whatever, do donuts, sometimes cause property damage, sometimes smash up their cars or run each other over by accident.
Right. This is explicitly not about the cars. This is in a road. This is closing down streets. I understand that. I know what a car show is. This is not that. And the fact that you are willing to come to bat for the black community when you don't even know what your own community is
for anything. I'm saying this is a phenomena that's happened before, and you're labeling it black, and I'm saying this is something that just happened.
We just look at the pictures. What do you want from me?
That's because of the label that you're looking for.
Okay, so I mean, what the label, like, so you see where I'm stuck. It's like I'm being fed this information, and okay, I'm willing to accept that this is not representative. This is not that, but we have to address the fact that that is happening, and it's being fed into by using the same language. You go, I didn't name it Teen Takeover.
I will go ahead and stop the clock one more time. Lethe, do you have a different term that you would like to look up, a different example? Like, I don't want to feed you any ideas here, but like, is there something
they would
else?
call them things like, I think they would call them like street takeovers or something like that back in the day. And it was predominantly Asian kids. So like, let me send you a.
And even if it did used to be Asian kids, if it now is not predominantly Asian kids, then what is the relevance of that?
Image.
Yep. Well, I'm just going to click street. We're going to do the same thing. Street takeover.
Well, I just sent you an image from a street takeover from back in the day.
As a matter of
Here's
fact,
another one.
Yeah, we're looking at some.
Hey,
I can't really bring it up if it's not on the internet. So it would have to be a link.
Oh, gotcha.
But here we go. We got plenty of pictures popping up for everybody. So
notice how there's one car there. Like there happens to be somebody doing it, but it's just people crowding. And this isn't a parking lot. As you, Radish, next time with the, if you have Google zoomed in, then just right click and get the open image in new tab. You can see these are open streets where they don't have any permitting. They just go there and they block it off and they do whatever they want. That is not a thing Asian kids do, Indian kids do, white kids do. There might be a few in there. But
in my experience, they did. I was there.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man.
So you're telling me my experiences didn't happen?
No, I'm saying your experience. Are you telling me that my experiences didn't happen? Experience isn't representative of the reality of what I'm talking about. I don't doubt that you've seen a car show that maybe got a little rowdy with mostly Asians. I'm not claiming that your experience is not true. What I'm saying is that it's absolutely irrelevant to the point that we're talking about, that grouping yourself with these people by calling it your community is a negative thing for you personally.
Horseradish, can you pull up what is a street takeover and look at where it shows origin and culture?
100%. What is a street takeover?
Let's speed this part up so we can get back to it.
All right, so we're looking at AI overview. It does cite its reference. We will look at the reference as well. Street takeover or sideshow is an illegal gathering where drivers swarm public intersections, bridges, or parking lots to block traffic and create an impromptu arena. Flash mob style. Key characteristics. Flash mob style. They're usually organized quickly over social media, exhibition driving.
Flash mob style, meaning that a flash mob is a different thing than a street takeover.
Unlike traditional street racing, which focuses on speed, takeovers are all about showmanship, public hazard. They disrupt traffic, trap drivers, delay emergency responders, etc. You said scroll down specifically looking for what?
Origins and cultures. It says originating as sideshows in the 1980s in San Francisco Bay Area. These gatherings initially started as informal social meets for youth to show off cars. However, the trend surged in popularity and spread nationally during the pandemic, becoming high profile.
Even if I can see that point to you, that doesn't change anything about the fact that this is now in 2026 a quote unquote thing of the Black community.
You're labeling it Black culture when it didn't start as Black culture and it's not Black culture. You said that me defending this is me defending the Black community, and I'm telling you it's not.
Yes,
it's
I disagree. That looks like hell. I would want to be. I just want to be in bed.
Defending, well, not defending, but me labeling what I know accurately is something that kids do. Not just Black kids. It was predominantly Asian kids.
Right. Nobody, and again, I don't doubt that you've seen that, and nobody's saying that white people are perfect or Indian people are perfect or anything.
I never said anything about perfection.
I'm just saying that I'm not saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I say something it's not an accusation. I genuinely, as I
did accuse me. I'm just letting you know you did accuse me.
Of what?
Of defending the Black community and saying that the street
if you are going to defend the community, if you're going to defend it, then it's bad for you. If you are going to defend it, it is bad for you as an individual. Do you? So let's just take it.
I don't believe that's what you said, but cool. Go ahead.
Well, if I misspoke, then I apologize. I'd say anyone who would defend that based on race would be that would be not good for that person, right? If we, I mean, look at the Carmelo Anthony case with everybody, wanting to piss on Austin's grave. We're like, yeah, we got him, free Carmelo. Like, that's the type of thing. If it was just, where did I have it? I had a quote that I wrote down.
So I've actually talked about the Carmelo Anthony case because, of course, people are going to bring it to me because they think I'm going to have some sort of racial bias. But in reality, when I looked at that situation, I didn't think of it racially. I looked at it as two kids that fucked up and found out.
Right.
It wasn't a racial thing to begin with. I don't think it started as racial.
Great. And so maybe you're more progressive in a good way. Maybe you've progressed in race relations more than a lot of other black people.
Well, I was talking with another black person from Texas who's about the same age as me, and we both had the same opinion of this.
So was I. So it's almost like the black community isn't necessarily a monolith, that people are individuals, and some black people think this thing, and some black people think that thing, right?
But I'm still affected by what happens from people that believe that is some monolithic thing going on and treat all of us as if this is the case.
I agree with you. So stop reinforcing that. Jessica said, AI tends to think it's not racial, although AI doesn't like to say anything is racial, so hard to say. It's not well supported to describe street takeovers or disruptive teen gatherings in 2026 as predominantly a black cultural phenomenon. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to say that. But again, we found one slightly different type of thing with a bunch of Mexican kids. How many black parents are turning in their kids?
What have I reinforced?
The notion of that connection.
But we should still be able to have community among black people and basically patronize other black people.
Right. But again, as I said in my opening, it's not about not doing that. It's not about, oh, well, they're black, so it's just treating everybody like everybody else. And if you, as an individual black person, living in a world where racism is still around, there's still systemic aspects of this, that, and the other, even if there's no direct law saying that you can't do this. I'm not going to say that racism is gone or racism is done, but it does not.
Cirque is so mad. He's so mad.
Help to feed into the framing of the racists.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're doing that right now and saying that the teen takeovers are predominantly a negative thing of the black community when it's literally been something that's going throughout all communities.
And this is exactly my point. A shout out to Lethe for not going the way that the chat is going. How is he bigot? He's just lost. They're just animals. I definitely did not. Those words did not come out of my mouth. Sorry, wrong one. That one. And they're now defending the identity of being black, which is not what this is attacking. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we were talking about each other on the clock in the debate. It's definitely, that's why when Radish was asking about extending the time, I was like, I think, we kind of got what we needed to get out of here, but we should continue the conversation like in general. And he's like, all right, I'll put the 15 minutes on the clock. I'm like, let's fucking go.
So
I've seen a lot of that from black people.
Well, I'm saying the framing is what is doing the heavy lifting that is causing the negative feedback loop.
Okay, so even if how about this, guys? The Jews that look white are white, and the Jews that don't look white are not white. Stupid. Even if it's a matter of, well, again, I'm not saying that you said this. I'm just giving an example. Even if it was an example of saying, well, you're just wrong, and you're being racist. How does that help you? Hold on. I explicitly said, I'm not saying this, we're talking hypothetically. If dear Patriots, and why does Lutch have Indian in his name? Isn't that community a dangerous idea to him? I didn't say don't call yourself black. This is why it's so difficult to get any real information about this conversation. You had said, let's again to Lethe, racist. I still don't understand how you feeding into that idea helps you. It should be, what is the black community? I'm an American. I live in Jersey. I'm into anime. I'm into video games. That should be your community. What does the black thing do for you?
And why should we not want to help other black people?
You should. Don't answer a question with a question.
So I don't see the issue. That is the black community. Is black
so
people helping other black people.
People unless you're in a community together? You're in a labeled community together?
That's what I'm pointing to you. That's what I'm trying to point you at. Yes, you can help me.
Okay, so what is so? Am I part of the Black community?
I mean, if you want to be.
Come on, Lethe. You know that was weak. You know that was weak. Oh, it's like that. It's self-ID.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
I don't know if that was a serious point or not. I thought you were joking. I genuinely thought you were joking when you said if you want to be.
It's really not that serious because the whole idea of the Black community is a nebulous idea. It's a nebulous idea to begin with. It's just literally, hey, there are people that have gone through the same struggle that I've gone through, and I recognize that these people have gone through that same struggle. So why shouldn't I want to make things better?
You should. We're all black on stolen land. Dilly, keep the meme alive. It really wasn't in the way I was meaning Black community. Yeah, I that was a big mistake on my part for this being my prompt to be a little bit more clear in my opening about what I was saying. And it was thanks to you that we actually stopped and I think we're talking past each other. What do you mean by the Black community? And like we said, this is not something that's going to be solved or figured out in one conversation.
These people have gone through that same struggle, so why shouldn't I want to make things better?
You should. You should just stop feeding into the racist framework that made that the case in the first place.
Bingo. No, see, we did not create that. It was created for us.
This is our that. How can you think that do you think it's unreasonable outside of the actual racism? Do you think it's unreasonable? I forgot to put the new goal up, but the new goal is up if you want some push-ups. For somebody to look at the response to Carmelo Anthony and be like, oh, Black people, I guess, is that reasonable? Obviously, that's not fair. But is it reasonable for somebody to look at it? Oh my God. Well, obviously, but racism exists, Lutch. Have I been arguing that there wasn't? That's not fair. But is it reasonable for somebody to look at it? What Indian Jesus is saying is stop being a victim, basically. True. It's like free Carmelo after the 35 years, after the case has been through. Like I said, the best I can wrap my head around it is when people say things like, this is harmful to the Black community, which is applied to other demographics as well. What do you like? You're saying this is harmful to the Black community, but it's harmful to other communities as well? Is that? I'm just trying to understand exactly what you're saying here. It's like free Carmelo after the 35 years, after the case has been through.
Depending on what you think the facts of the case are, and if you think it was a just verdict, yes, you can either say free Carmelo, or you can be a Black person that says, nah, he deserved what he got.
But a lot of people say free him because he did that. A lot of people were very are happy that we got one. So the COVID frame was harmful to the Asian community. And people say this is harmful when it's applied to. I still don't fully understand. I'm not sure what you mean. We should set up we should set up a not a debate, a conversation about this to now that we both understand where we're coming from a little bit better. Dedicate a stream to it. We're very are happy that we got one.
I don't know these people. I'm sure there's some asshole people that think this way. So you're trying to treat Black people
the way that I think that a Black American should live under the fact of under the framework where people are talking about the Black community. If you're not plugged into that, then that's exactly what I think is beneficial to the individual. In the same way that I'm not tapped into Indian crime and Indian politics and Indian things. I'm an American. I'm an individual. So if you're doing that too, then you agree at some level that is not helping you. America! Shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. The only lady here tonight. Where's everybody been? Welcome. Listen, when I've heard people using Black community, including Black people, they seem to be using it to mean people with African or Haitian, etc. heritage. I said 350 million people in America. You get 200 people for Chud. You get 200 people for Carmelo. Context. Okay. And 200 is what percent of the white population versus 200 is what percentage of the black population. Thank you for proving my point. If you're doing that too, then you agree at some level that is not helping you to group up with other black people just because they're black.
You're intrinsically proposing to me here is that those loud voices that say dumb things are representative of the black community. And I'm saying they are outliers of the black community and not what the black community aspires to be.
I'm going to pause this before I respond, because now that I'm hearing that, that is totally fair. It's just a matter of the people who are giving me that... You're giving me that that perspective without the details. And so I'm getting the wrong information because other than Lethe and Trey, nobody is willing to have the conversation. They just want to call me bigoted and racist.
And if we were to look at the black community as the people that make the poetry, make the music, created rock and roll, gave us Elvis, gave us Michael Jackson, did great things throughout America. If we looked at black people as that, and that was the black community, we wouldn't be having this problem. But for some reason, the spotlight always goes to the negativity.
But so this is an aspect that, this is usually when I'm talking to like a normal person, they get too defensive. So again, I appreciate you having this conversation. Didn't Indian Jesus flee to Europe or some shit? Yeah, I mean, I'm in the UK, in the best place that ever could be. So, what is it specifically that I'm getting wrong or misunderstanding? That I'm agreeing with you that there are racial negative ideas, and people are affected by that. There's Dick. What I don't understand is how grouping yourselves. I've gotten too used to you reminding me of the timer, like mod behaviors together benefits you as an individual.
So again, the black experience in America is very different from any other experience that individuals have in America, in that we were segregated, we were kept from society, our history has been kept away from us. We're not allowed to know these things.
Is this to me? If it is, I don't know what it's what it's referencing.
We were kept from society. Our history has been kept away from us. We're not allowed to know these things. They're not taught in schools. So anything that's good about black people is not really, and not from any true aspects. And alongside, they didn't show black achievement.
You really didn't study slavery in school? Come on. Oh, per capita, then counting gang violence. Why would we not count gang violence?
So the good things about black people
There's a whole month.
Don't exist.
There's a whole month.
And what do we get 9 times out of 10? George Washington Carver created peanut butter, and he didn't. Oh.
No, I'm saying thank you for being such a good reminder, because without Jeffrey
or Rosa Parks or Martin Luther King, like literally, you get very minor chunks.
They're not great.
You only get minor chunks, but you're not getting all the other great black people.
Look, okay, so this is a perfect example. Slavery was mentioned. We didn't get a comprehensive education on slavery or the conditions. That's wild. We spent a significant period of time on it. Like, we first learned about it in elementary school, but they're not going to get. It was like 4th or 5th grade where they're saying that generally what happened. Then social studies in middle school went back into it with, and then high school we had American history, and then I went to college that also did. I forget exactly how it was broken up, but it was 2 different semesters of American history. So, I mean, again, I think that's a failure of the public school system. Public school system definitely sucks. By saying, oh, we have to you only get 28 days. It's the shortest month. The blacks give them the shortest one. So there's only so much time in 28 days to talk about black history. If we're just talking about history, then whenever a person who happens to be black is relevant in history, then we can talk about that as part of relevant history. Now, if you're saying
why don't we want CRT?
The education system sucks, I am certainly not going to disagree with you there. But I don't see how finding kinship with people that you don't know based on the color of their skin. Yo! I'm sorry to keep looking at the chat, but somebody brought up the famous Morgan Freeman quote on Black History Month, that if you want to stop racism, then stop talking about it. So he says, Morgan Freeman is a fucking stupid as fuck then. That seems racist, Circa. How are you going to tell a black man that his experience, that you know his experience better than he does, helps that issue? Back that up. With people that you don't know, based on the color of their skin, helps that issue. I'm agreeing with you that the issue exists. What I'm saying is your solution, the general you, the solution of you always look good, baby. Of the Black Community TM does not help the problem that I agree with you exists.
And what I'm saying is, like, have you heard about CRT?
Oh yeah, I'm DEI certified, baby.
So for some reason, CRT is demonized by a certain segment of society.
It's racist.
See, that's the
It's
belief
bad.
that people have about it, but it would be
how's it not
integrating. It would be integrating the holistic portion of American history and showing what actually happened in America, what Black people did, what Black people went through, the achievements of Black people. It would be allowing American history to be American history, because guess what? Black people are Americans, and I would say some of the most American Americans. So why aren't we integrated into history in the same way everybody else is?
Because of people like Ibram X. Kendi, who say the only solution to past discrimination is future discrimination. Do you agree with that or no? DEI certified. Never interrupt a black trans woman when she's speaking. Podesta said Morgan Freeman is correct in theory, but it relies on the racist people to stop talking about it too. But that's exactly his point. That's exactly his point. That's exactly my point. That racist people are going to exist in a social landscape. The more that this idea is fed into, the more ammo those people have to continue talking about it. If we are in a place where it is uncouth to talk about race in general, then anytime someone brings it up in a negative light, then that's going to be shut down. But as of now, it doesn't work that way. Did you really? Does that I do worry saying stop talking about it is like saying gay people would be accepted if we just never mentioned anyone was gay. Well, this goes ties into what I was saying about having the ideal of let's try to be colorblind. That was a good ideal to work towards. I think the stop obsessing over race is a good ideal to work towards. Well, they said we could add black accomplishments while not mentioning that they are black. Bingo. Exactly.
Why would I agree with that?
I mean, exactly. People take how things are framed to them, and I'm totally willing to accept that I knew it was coming. I'm willing to accept that the information that I got or I get about black people, the black community, all of that stuff may be incorrect. But as you can see from the chat, there are so few people willing to actually have the conversation. The only way I can learn is if people are willing to meet me where I'm at. Do you agree with that or no?
Why would I agree with that?
Wait, what did I say? Ibram X. Kendi, who say the only solution to past discrimination is future discrimination. Do you agree with that or no?
Why would I agree with that?
I mean, you just brought up CRT. He's the CRT guy. That's his whole thing. He's a CRT.
I'm saying that history in general should be a holistic view of what actually happened in America. So this person's idea, I think, is a good idea. He may be misguided in how he's applying it and how other people are trying to apply it, but I think it's a good idea that should be put forward and would help in creating further black acceptance of black people as Americans rather than segregating us.
Sorry, I got confused. Initially you said no, why would I get behind that? And then it sounded like you just said, well, you agreed with it.
The concept, I'm saying the concept of CRT and what it's trying to accomplish.
He's so mad. No, but I get that. I'm specifically asking about the notion that one of the top CRT guys in his book, that's his mantra, the only remedy to past discrimination is future discrimination. And you're saying you don't agree with that, right?
That's one individual.
Right. He's lying. Okay. Ibram X Kendi. So we have our boy here. How to be an anti-racist. American professor of all of that stuff. Yeah, anti-racism. And let's see. Let's read it in full. I didn't realize it was even this long. Let's first shout out our boy. Getting us started on the after party. Go! Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much so. Of course, a donation comes with a treat for the overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. So can we work towards the ideal or not? Because every shortcoming shut the whole endeavor down. I would say yes and no. Yes, we can work towards the ideal, even if it is merely an ideal and not a practical reality. Then, a shortcoming does not shut the whole endeavor down. So what do we got here? What do we got here? The only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. As President Lyndon B. Johnson said in 1965, you do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bring him up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you're free to compete with all the others. So already, he doesn't want an equal playing field. He wants you to be far behind because of what happened hundreds of years ago that you had no effect on. Just to finish the quote here. So you're free to compete with all the others and still justly believe that you have been completely fair. As the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Harry Blackmun wrote in 1978, in order to get beyond racism, we must first take account of race. There is no other way, and in order to treat some persons equally, we must treat them differently.
Haram!
That's un-American. That's some bullshit.
Again!
This indeed is icky. Let me get the full screen. Morty, my God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And if you want to read some more, I'll drop that link in the chat for you. Yeah, he was, I mean, ironically, this was like everybody in the conservative space in like 2020, 2022, like had this basically tattooed on the inside of their brains. And maybe that's part of the problem. I'm willing to accept that, but everybody knows about Ibram X Kendi. All right, let me get the banner, and then I will see your other chats. Give me a second. Yeah, only remedy to past discrimination is future discrimination. And you're saying you don't agree with that, right?
That's one individual.
Right.
So is that all individuals?
14.
What? So I don't know about that individual per se. There are other individuals with a different idea of CRT that has been proposed and has been put into colleges and has been very effective. So the actual, like, I would like if you would have mentioned Derek Bell.
Shout out again to Bucks. Not only the sponsor of our after party, but of course, double points for the movie night goal, up to 73 points. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Again, guys, 3 donos of any amount, and I've got push-ups to do. Or we are, what is that, $18 away from the $25.
So the actual, like, I would like if you would.
Oh yeah, I said check some chat. Hold on. Let's back up. Let's see what y'all are saying. Box, I don't really know how to distinguish gang violence. It requires mass incarceration. It's a hard thing to balance unless you want CUCK. Not a good thing. Well, I mean, hey, if we get rid of the criminals, then that works. Tongue in cheek. What they said in the idea that we would get virtually no spotlight on historical Black accomplishments without the month. We need it until that changes. Okay, so what is the metric then where we would look towards to be like, once this happens, then we don't need Black History Month anymore? Because I'm willing to accept that. I don't know. I'm not black. I've never been black. I've also never been white. So what would that metric be? Well, as I said earlier, I don't want to use the word. I don't want to be allowed using the word. Are we talking about the N-word? I wish it would just go away, Morgan Freeman style, but we don't ignore it. That just goes unsaid. Yup. Good debate will do that. A good debate will do that. And yeah, Radish getting it right there for us. As I said, honestly, there's validity in all of this, but I think the best way forward is still just class-based approach. You deal with socioeconomic issues and everything else will improve. Agreed. You look up foundational. So, well, I mean, again, I'm not an expert on CRT, but in the ways that CRT has critical race applied theories, because CRT is a theory. It's a college legal thing. So by the time it trickles down to what's happening in basic society, elementary school, then it becomes critical race applied principles. Crap. And so in order to distill the critical race theory itself down to elementary, then it has to be simplified in a way that is inherently racist. That's black race is highlighted as if it was only white and black. There are lots of races, and so few people give a shit anymore. It's all about rich and poor. Yep. Glow said critical race theory is based in critical theory, which is Marxist.
Haram!
Yep. Yeah, right. There we go. What's not how what works? What's not how what works? Well, I mean, this was just well, yeah, he's not well liked because of these fucking ideas. So I didn't bring him up as somebody who I'm like, okay, let me find the worst example. This is the example that I've been brought, that white people are bad for not doing this, and white people should kiss your feet and whatever. And even though I'm not white, again, I'm on the outside, so that's what I'm seeing. And if I'm wrong, then somebody who knows better has to be willing to not only take on the conversation like you did, but then continue it so that we can actually get to the points of understanding. I only lie to myself and the government. If I don't own something, I'm willing to admit it. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. I don't know is always a proper response. Glow said critical race theory is about anti-capitalism, like all leftist ideologies. They just have all different lenses and methods for bringing down capitalism.
Haram!
I did not like that. All right. So kind of how the framing of DEI being for black people screws over veterans, disabled, and trans people. It's easier to shoot down that way. Fair enough. So yeah, we could use that as the basis for a discussion. Bring whatever you want, and I don't know if you're around this Friday or whenever, but I'm definitely down to do that. So it's just critical theory applied to race, aka class struggle through a racial lens, aka a modern permutation of Marxism. Yuck.
So the actual I would if you would have mentioned Derek Bell. If you would have mentioned Derek Bell, who was
I would have mentioned Derek Bell if I remembered his name. I just forgot his name.
The actual intellectual father of CRT, then I would probably agree with you.
That's good, brother. Happy early birthday to the kid. And I ain't going nowhere. We got plenty of time.
Derek Bell, who was the actual intellectual father of CRT, then I would probably agree with you a bit more.
I mean, I'm not. I might be DEI certified, but I'm certainly not a CRT expert. But the point that I'm trying to make, the point that I'm trying to make is that the again the idea.
Gentlemen, hang on one second. I went ahead and pulled it up, so I'm just going to give you really quickly the top line of tenets from what critical race theory holds according to Wikipedia. Scholars of CRT say that race is not biologically grounded and natural. Rather, it is a socially constructed category used to oppress and exploit people of color, and that racism is not an aberration, but a normalized feature of American society. According to CRT, negative stereotypes assigned to members of minority groups benefit white people and increase racial oppression. Individuals can belong to a number of different identity groups. The concept of intersectionality, one of CRT's main concepts, was introduced by legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw.
That's who I should have talked
about. That is
about.
the basic tenets of CRT according to Wikipedia, as you were, gentlemen.
The Horseradish, after that fact check, said, I don't know if anyone else heard, but LetheWaterKai was actually the champ of last season. The scores are all in, and the math has been math, and Lethe has the highest average debate score for the last season. Dilly to that. Gang, I did see that. I saw some rankings there, and Lethe right at the top. Gang.
But that is the basic tenets of CRT according to Wikipedia, as you were, gentlemen.
Like I said, critical race theory sees black people, in quotes for some reason, or those who work in the sun as the proletariat, and the bourgeoisie are the white who don't have to work in the sun. Is that a real quote? Genuinely asking, because I believe that it's real, but... It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like that's so much mental energy spent. Like, just do the things. Do the thing. Whatever it is that you want to do, that thing, and you will find success. You might not be in that thing. Just do it. Just do it. There's gonna be obstacles, no matter who you are. Just fucking do it.
I would think having that in mind would help to understand like why things are as they are.
Okay, I don't inherently disagree with that.
So, but it's demonized by a certain group for you to think, oh, well, it's a racist thing, and I'm going to bring forward the worst possible person to represent it to show you that it's a bad thing.
That's just the from cursory understandings of what CRT is. I've heard of Derek Bell before. I didn't remember his name, but Ibram X. Kendi is another big player. So maybe he was specifically for DEI, not CRT. But again, is there any meaningful difference in the context of this debate? You brought it up. I was just asking if you agree with one of the modern or contemporary leaders of that. If not, it's totally cool. Then again, we have a circumstance where you are a black individual and you're not agreeing with the message that's pushed out.
Right. And I'm the one that suffers because of what's being pushed out in the negative form of CRT.
So then
like,
why
it'd
are
be
you
like looking at black people as being like
feeding back into it?
No, I'm not. I'm giving you the positive
points.
I'm giving you the positive ends of it. So it's like looking at the civil rights movement and then looking toward like Farrakhan and Marcus Garvey, who are like the most negative ends of the civil rights movement.
You good?
These are people that were working with the KKK.
What was that, Lutch? I don't understand the point.
So I would think like when you're looking at the civil rights movement, you could call it racist if you're saying, oh, well, look at, Minister Farrakhan, look at Marcus Garvey, instead of look at Martin Luther King or Malcolm X Post's Hodge. Like, these are the positive steps of what civil.
Oof, Razor. Someone please get the full quote. It's not going to go the way you want it to go.
Rights is versus the negative end of it. And I could just say, well, no, the civil rights movement is racist. Versus, oh, the civil rights movement was actually a good thing for the American culture.
Why would the civil rights movement be racist?
I just gave you the reason why it would be racist. If you look at it from the end of Farrakhan and Marcus Garvey, you would see it as a racist proposal. You're taking the worst examples of civil rights and putting them as the forefront of what civil rights is.
Okay, no, I understand. And so, like, let me try a different. Let me try a different angle. Do you think white supremacy is, or let's say specifically white pride, is that a good idea or a stupid idea in your personal opinion?
So usually you don't get the idea of white pride. You get Irish pride, Italian pride.
And that's where I was. That's where I was going to say that white pride is silly because it's not really tied into anything other than redneck stereotypes. you go to Irish heritage English, as he's saying. And I think that, you know, there is a difference in the history of Black people because it's unique with slavery, but the same issues arise.
So on and so forth, because they have a heritage that's not just white. But
I
when
agree.
somebody's saying white pride or white power, that usually has a negative connotation.
Right. Right. And so you don't see because it's a different frame, it's a different landscape for white people than it is for Black people. That even though there's white pride people, those people are relegated to the edges.
Why?
Because it's stupid to base your life on identity politics. Be an individual person. Find your community through your
No,
values. Do all of those
because they
things.
tend to be racist and only want white people to prosper.
Yeah, and
they
that's
want to move
bad.
out to other society. They want to move out to the countryside and start their own little commune. They want to send all other minorities out of the country. That's why the white pride, white power thing is negative. If people were using it for positive ends,
So let's say Horseradish was like, well, hey, you know, I mean, white pride isn't as the and started, you know, I don't want to keep using the word defend. I think there's a stronger word. But if he was arguing in favor of, oh my God, Circa, you're so close. You're so close, brother. It's because pride in being white is dumb of white pride. Don't you think that would be a negative thing for him in society in general?
technically yes, because of the connotations that are attached to it.
Right. And so at least from the outside of the Black community, the phrase the Black community, as you correctly stated, usually appeals to the negative aspects. And so taking on that mantra, taking on that language, taking on that framework of the racism that you're trying to combat, I think is counterproductive.
I'm saying the reason why that is the case is because the forefront of people that talk about the Black community only bring forth the negative aspects. If people talked about the positive aspects of Black community, we would have a very different conversation right now.
Lethe says, I should have mentioned the idea that Black and gay people have been considered a negative. So saying take pride in who you are doesn't have the same connotation. Fair point. Fair enough.
We'll talk about the positive aspects of Black community, we would have a very different conversation right now.
As you just said, people don't.
Black people do, and there are people that do.
If people were talking about it, overall, just at a bird's eye view, that when you ask 100 people, Family Feud style, do you think that the Black community is a positive or a negative connotation? What do you think it would be?
I think it would be predominantly positive, except for racist people.
I disagree. I don't think that at all. I think there's a well, yeah. Can you give me a number? Can you give me a number?
I would think at least 40% of people would think that Black community is not a negative thing.
Yeah, so we're on the same page then. So yeah, and exactly. So the fact that there are those negative aspects that are tied to it with Farrakhan and the other examples that you gave, and people already are looking at the Black community as something that's not negative. And why are you injecting the negativity by maintaining that framework? Because you said it's the negative parts of civil rights. It's negative parts of the Black community. So, I mean, civil rights was a much more specific legal thing. We got the Civil Rights Act. Great. Can't keep that moving. But now there's again, I'm still not understanding the benefit of the Black community TM to solve the issues that I agree with you exist. Well, to some extent.
So we can't have the Japanese community, the Chinese community, the Indian community anymore, because I really love the Japanese community.
And now we're looping. I've explicitly stated that that's not what I mean.
Like, they accept me. I have a great time there. The food is amazing.
I think you might be conflating culture and community.
Yeah, literally the Japanese community has embraced me with open arms.
Right. So I explicitly stated that I'm not. Oh wait, Lethe, when you say the Japanese community has accepted you at large, right? Is that
Japanese community has embraced you with open arms?
Or has embraced you with open arms? What does that mean? Because in my framework of the Black community, then to say the Black community has embraced me with open arms would mean that it's not a personal thing. It's the idea has been disseminated that Lutch is cool with the Black community. Right. So again, from the beginning, we're talking about the interconnectedness over at least the Americas of the or maybe the Western world. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But those are anecdotal. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are Japanese who maybe they're racist. That's anecdotal. When you talk about the entire community, like, I don't know, do we want, can we go to Japan and, get these local Japanese people, can we get their opinions and then go to Japan and see if it lines up? Are they representative of the larger Japanese community? There's no interconnected Black community. That's what I keep saying. And I mean, you're saying it now, but we already did the debate. I can't change that now. But that is what I was arguing the whole time. The notion of an interconnected Black community is a dangerous thing. You can get the N-word pass from one community and get screamed at from another over one city over, right? And so that's why we're the next time we have this conversation, we'll be able to not be talking so far past each other. Now that we have that understanding, and neither of us believe that there is any benefit, whether it exists or not, we agree that there's no benefit to that interconnectivity. And so we can start the conversation from there. Hey, yo! Box again! Of course, a treat for the Overlord. That is 3 out of 5. Guys, where are we? So, of course, double points. So 73 plus 4 is 77 out of 250. That is 3 out of 5, guys. And 9 out of 25 with our sole sponsor, Big Man Box. Thank you so very, very much, Box, for the $2. Said there is a reason we had to nuke Japan twice. I feel a racist joke coming. Close. Japanese are the most racist ever, potentially. They definitely within the different Asian communities. There's not like that's what I'm saying. Like what are you exactly are you saying? Let's say it's what I kept saying. It doesn't exist. It would be dangerous in assuming all Black people think the same. Right. So that's the starting point that we're at. That was what I was bringing to you. And so you agree with this statement. You agree with the statement, the existence of the Black community TM, meaning an interconnected, what word did you use before? So the interconnectivity, the existence of an interconnected Black community throughout America is a dangerous idea for Black Americans. You and I agree that it is. Whether that community exists or not, the existence of that idea is dangerous. Japan got nuked twice. They were under fealty to the Emperor. That was the cohesion, but we got anime out of it. Boo, anime! More like Anna gay! Alright. I gotta pee again. And community.
Yeah, literally the Japanese community has embraced you with open arms.
Right. So I explicitly stated that I'm not talking against Black culture. I'm not. Let me read it again for you.
So why are you just saying
real quick,
culture?
gentlemen? Real quick, let me jump in for just 1 second. I told y'all at the beginning that I'm happy to add another 15 minutes if both of you guys agree that you would like it on the clock. Do you both?
Only if I can say the pimp's prayer again.
You can say the pimp's prayer again. It's up to you guys. No pressure one way or the other. It's just it sounds like you guys still have some meat to chew. If it's up to you though. You guys want another 15 minutes?
I feel like I've gotten most of my points across.
Yeah, we're both like, we're good. But then I was saying I want to, in the future, have more conversations.
Like, I don't know that one conversation.
The pimp's prayer was indeed fire. I gotta give you that.
Is really going to fix this misconception, but
nope,
I'm more than willing to keep going.
Continue, though.
I'm down.
All right.
That's
you know
what
what?
I meant. Continue in general, and he's like, "All right, let's fucking go."
That's fine.
I would never continue though. That's why you need to be precise
All right.
with
You
your
know
language.
what? I'll tell you what. I'll meet you in the middle. I'll put 10 minutes. 10 minutes is going back on the clock for you guys. Give you guys a little bit more time to finish it up as you were.
Yeah, so I was saying in the, I was like, God damn it. I don't know where else to go with this. I don't know where else to go with this. Let me be very clear about what I am and am not arguing. I'm not arguing against Black culture. I'm not arguing against Black history. I'm not arguing against historically Black churches, organizations, charities, businesses, or people voluntarily helping one another. I'm going against the grouping of both the negative and positive behaviors of people that are Black. Putting that all in a big soup. As you've appealed to, because there's negative parts that will affect you, you should then want to
Marty's looking at his balls.
To distance yourself from that notion.
Well, he doesn't have balls. Where's balls used to be? Come on, what the fuck?
To distance yourself from that notion.
So, and this is like a really weird.
Do you find it weird? You specifically. Do you find it weird that white people are like, I don't want to say always, but there's so much like, hey, can I get a pass? Do you say it? There's such a weird obsession. And I don't get it. Like, I don't say it on YouTube because of TOS, but like, it's a word. I use it all the time. There's lots of good music with that word.
Can I say it? Can I get a pass? I need a pass, man. Like, it's fucking weird. There you go. There you go.
I mean, that's likely, you're likely going to find a similar type of path. But if you want to just say it, just say it. Hey, shout out to Kelly Green. Use the N-word in your music, bro. Come on. We already know you're racist as shit. I'm just kidding. Welcome. We are finishing up the last 10 minutes of Friday's debate. All right, let's do it. To distance yourself from that notion.
So, and this is like a really weird thing because like I don't really like the way this works out. Like when people think being embraced by the Black community, all of a sudden I have the card. But the idea that like if you go to a Black church and they treat you well and then they take you, say you can come to our house and you can have dinner, you've been accepted into the Black community. There's Black people in community that are accepting you there. And it's not a problem. Same thing happens if I go to a Japanese community and some of the people there really like me being around, invite me to their home, introduce me to their religion, teach me things about their culture. That is the Japanese community at work. So like, I don't see the differentiation here in saying there are different communities and why can't you have that community and also enjoy it? Whether or not you are Japanese, you can still appreciate the Japanese community.
This microphone fucking sucks, guys. Hit up the throne. Please help me get the Shure mic.
And patronize it and so on and so forth.
As you stated, that's the society views that differently than the Black community, right?
I don't think it should.
Oh, in the same way that I say Frogurt. What a fucking Frogurt. Society views that differently than the Black community, right?
I don't think it should. If you went to, like I said, if you went to a Black church and
they view those differently, though.
But they can be
Being
wrong.
part of the Chinese community, he'll say slurs, but just not the Black ones. Does not have those negative connotations that the Black community does have. Whether it's fair that they're there or not, they're there.
Why?
For a myriad of reasons. Black people have not been treated fairly for most of history. That doesn't mean you should feed into it.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. We're not feeding into it. I'm saying you should disabuse yourself of the idea that it's negative that the Black community is a thing.
Tell me why. Tell them how good it is and how badly. Because like sometimes this is just a USB mic. This is the first mic I ever had, and sometimes it'll just crap out, and the fucking port will spaz out, and I've never heard it, but it'll just be let out some crazy sound. So if you don't want to get ear raped, hit up throne.com/Lutch, TIJ.
I literally just did. Like, if you go to a Black church and you get invited into their home, you are now being accepted by the Black community. That is the Black community. The negative portions that you're talking about also exist within the Black community, but that's not what the Black community is. Just because
Okay,
something
so then
exists,
why
there
not?
are negative things in each community.
Shit ain't so then why not just do the things that you're already doing and you happen to be black? Why add the extra step of calling it the community?
Because
I'm
that's
sorry
what
if I'm
it is.
being.
It's the way language.
And so now, understanding that, like that you're coming from a position that agrees with the fact that there is no actual interconnectedness. Now that question doesn't fit, and so that's why if we that's why if we continue this, then it'll be easier to start from there. So since we got boys in the building, I will we'll do one more goal. We'll do one more goal, and it will count towards what we've already earned. But make it happen. Usually I'd be like, well, that's it. Fuck you guys. Good night. The community. Let's say, to be clear, the question was like asking, when did you stop beating your wife?
But that's not what the black community is. Just because
Okay, so
something
then
exists,
why
there are
not?
negative things in each community.
So then why not just do the things that you're already doing and you happen to be black? That part, or is that before? Why add the extra step of calling it the community?
Because
I'm
that's
sorry
what
if
it
I'm
is.
being.
It's the way language works.
You guys seem to understand. Right after that, wait. The adding the extra steps.
Because
I'm
that's
sorry
what
if
it
I'm
is.
being.
It's the way language works. Like you're literally like having an issue with the way language works.
No, I'm having an issue with the way language is being used. Well, fair, but at the time, my understanding that you were on the other side of the debate of the statement that we now both agree with. So I was under the impression that you did. Apologies.
You're literally like having an issue with the way language works.
Okay.
So like if I go to Little India and hang out with people there and they, bring me into the inner circle of what's going on there and treat me like family, am I not part of an Indian community?
Not in the same context that this prompt is. Yeah, I'd say like proximally, you are in the community that is Indian. You are physically there, but you're not part of that community just because you're there. That's again why the.
That's what I'm saying. What's the difference? Can you explain the difference?
The attitudes and specific examples of what those groups are doing.
So only because there's been a negative label slapped on a specific people, now they can't have a community, is what you're saying.
Nope. I'm saying that feeding into the language of it, you have your community, you have your culture, but you don't separate yourself from everybody else. Other people may be able to do it, and maybe that's not fair. Maybe other cultures have aspects that are more acceptable to the average white, whatever you want to say. But I'm certain. I wonder how the larger Japanese population would feel about that cult. Just in general, not even saying like welcoming in someone that's not Japanese. I'm just saying about that cult. Certainly not saying that it's fair. I'm just giving you my perspective on this reality. That you're undercutting your own personal value to society in general by tying yourself to other people. Now, if you personally don't operate that way, I would say good for you. That's how normal people operate. Just I'm an individual, and my community is the DMZ or whatever it is. Shout out to the DMZ. I feel like you are agreeing with my point, but you don't like the language that I'm using. And so that's where, again, our wires are crossed because you do agree with me and you don't like the language that I'm using because it wasn't accurate to the things that I was trying to say. And so that's why it needs more conversation.
So, no, the language that you're using is conflating two things. So you're saying that because there's a negativity in the Black community and that becomes what the holistic idea of Black community means and is, and that is absolutely not true because all community is community. Indian community, Japanese community, Chinese community, they're all community. So you don't just look at the negative aspects.
Are they all the same or are they different?
Technically, yes, they just belong to different cultures and ethnicities.
So that difference is the reason. So let me give you. Let's give a different example. I've stopped. I mean, I said it here just to be clear, but because there's so many Christians in my that watch. The word atheist trigger. What was I going to bring up? Damn. I thought I said, oh, when this comes up, I have something to say, but I forgot what it was that I had to say. Let's see if it reminds me. In my that watch, the word atheist triggers them, and so I've literally just, instead of calling myself an agnostic atheist, I just started saying agnostic non-theist. Why? Because whether it's fair or not, whether it's true or not, there is a perception that atheists are far left, blue hair, atheist bad. You need Jesus. Shut up. Aggressive, whatever. And I'm not that thing. And so I made the decision to stop associating with that label, because whether or not it's fair that they have it right or wrong, it is what it is. And I think the same thing applies to the framing of, quote, the Black community.
So what the?
Mark said I get no 7K checks. It's exactly what they would pay you to say.
That sounds like to me is you're conforming based on what other people's perceptions of something that is good, rather than being the change, rather than being
we live in a society
in reforming what people's beliefs negatively about this thing are.
So
you don't care about truth. You only care about perception.
Nope. So as we are, obviously, I am one person. I'm not going to be able to change. That was a general chuckle. That was a general chuckle. That I don't care about truth. Nope. So as we are, obviously, I am one person. I'm not going to be able to change every Christian person's mind by doing one show. And so this goes exactly back to the colorblindness concept, whether it really was that way or not. That concept was, and that's why if I had said that in the beginning, instead of just the like what the reality of living in the 90s was versus the ideal that was put forth, I think it would have been a lot clearer. The peak of our racial relations, because that was a good, and again, peak of racial relations, not peak of how Black people are treated. Whether it really was that way or not, that concept was the peak of our racial relations, because that was a good starting point. You start by looking at everybody equally. Then once you can see everybody is a human, everybody is the same, then we can effectively look at the differences between what it's like being a brown person or a white person or a Black person or a short person or a tall person or a man, any of those things. Do you Lethe, do you agree with that? That in order to fully understand the depths of the different experiences, we have to start at a place of equality. You mind more Black people were imprisoned and killed during the 90s. Again, race relations, not being a Black person, race relations. I'm sure it's better to be a Black person today than it is to be a Black person in the 90s. But I'm talking about the race relations in general. And that's my fault. I wasn't clear enough about that, but that's what I'm talking about. Person or a white person or a Black person or a short person or a tall person or a man, any of those things. And I'm saying that the labeling, I'm specifically talking about the language. Well, not with CRT and DEI, is definitely not. And the way that it is used. I think that undercuts the value of an individual Black person who is using that language. Why? Because it is, as you said, baked and in the racism that has always existed in this country.
So because people hate Black people, we shouldn't be allowed to have a community, and everybody else gets to have a community.
What do you mean have a community? What do you mean have a community?
Literally, that's what community is.
Sir, do better. Am I talking about
different
the behaviors
applications
or
of community?
I'm talking about the language. I'm not telling you to do anything different. I'm telling you the language is not doing what you want it to do. Don't do what?
No.
I feel this way about the word God. I think God is a very, 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 very bad word, because what is a word supposed to do? Take the ideas and thoughts in my head and transfer them over into your head. And so if I say God, you're just going to think of your version of God. So that's not a good word. The phrase, the Black community, unfortunately, has taken on a very negative connotation in many areas. And so you can decide that, if that's the hill that you want to die on, like, fair enough, but it's going to be a rougher road for you.
And I'm saying you're basically running away from the truth. If you're an atheist, the only thing that there is to be an atheist is to not be convinced of any God claims. So,
well, they said, I swear to you, it's so difficult to think in terms of an interconnected hive mind existing. So my brain just rejected it. I mean, I can understand that and see that. What is this box? Am I playing this box? And is that for to play here, or is that just for me? Yeah, but I think if you're going to talk about the Black community, then the even the worst perspectives of what the Black community is, like the most racist people, like American AF boy, he was here earlier. You're saying when all of them are criminals, then it's this, that, or whatever. I mean, literally did the math, and it was like a tiny percentage, meaning the overwhelming majority of Black adult men have never committed a felony or anything like that. If we're only on the two sides of that doesn't exist, or of course it exists, they're active, then it's not going to work. And clearly, I was closer to the side of they all do it, they all buy into it, except for a few people that don't. But I can't know that if I'm just being called racist when I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, look at their chat. They're not interested in understanding my perspective. They heard the words that they think are racist, and they think that I'm saying Black people shouldn't be able to do a thing, or Black people are this, that, or the other, which is explicitly not the case. That they felt icky. And that's all that matters.
Well, if you want to,
what's the difference between an atheist and a non-theist?
It's just changing language to fit people's sensibilities.
Right.
And that's
So don't you think that if I want to spread the ideas that not all atheists are bad, then no, not you at all. Definitely not you. I'm talking about the chat. Well, Horseradish chat does not like me operating with the language that. But actually, wait. Now that we have that's got to get a screenshot. I screenshot any moments that are worth it. We keep it in the notes, and then on New Year's, we'll be like, "Oh yeah, remember that when everybody's calling me racist? I have the screenshot. Lethe himself said I'm not racist. Not all atheists. It's not all of us. Is that not all atheists are bad? Then operating with the language that allows people to hear my message instead of sticking. No, I am an atheist. Don't you think that more people are going to listen and understand the difference about the difference between atheist and leftist when I tweak the language a little bit and meet people where they are? Again, remember, you're only the second person who's ever really been willing to have this conversation with me, and so I don't know how to go about it. I don't know what Black people think of this notion of the Black community label being bad because nobody's willing to have that conversation with me.
Essentially, what you're saying is to let the negativity that's being put toward the Black community unjustly flavor the narrative of what reality is. And I don't think that's fair. So why do you think law-abiding Black Americans should face an undue burden of culpability for any horrible actions that happen within the community when other communities don't face them?
They shouldn't. I don't understand. So can we go back to your why can't we have a community? What specifically do you mean?
I'm saying literally, like,
why was that question, Lutch, not asked in the very beginning of the fucking debate? Stupid. Come on. What specifically do you mean?
I'm saying literally, like, you can label it something different. It still is what it is, but that's not a normal thing in language. So you call it the Jewish community, you call it the Indian community, but when it comes to Black people, now we can't say community anymore. We have to say something else. We have to come up with a new word. And we already change our name like every 10 years. We're African Americans, we're Nubians, we're Blacks, we're this, we're that. Why do we have to do
that you know are not going to get you hired? Keep doing the things that you know are going to make people group you together more and have those negative things. You can do that. What they said, to give you some clarity, I thought the prompt was on some Black folks stay out the hood. It sucks for you. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but no, much more conceptual. And again, I think this was, at least for me, this was eye-opening. You know, me and Trey have gone back and forth, but even he said, "Oh, watching this, I understand your perspective a little better." And so the next time that he and I have that conversation, and the next time you and I have that conversation, we'll be on a more sturdy footing. And I think a debate was a good place for this to start, but I do think it is going to be a much more fruitful endeavor if it's more about like, every month or whatever the fuck it is, bring on and like the black conversation. And that, like, let's have that conversation and actually get through it and actually get to a place where we understand each other, and maybe we disagree, but we know where that disagreement is, and we can say, okay, fair, agree to disagree. Besta said, I can't stand all this hatred being targeted at racists. We are people too, says Podesta. If we are pricked, do we not bleed? True. Bach said, better to fly under the radar than make a label and lie in it like a chalk outline of an argument that's already been won by the opposition. Yep. And I'll ask you guys here, those of you who are Christians who are here, do you feel like you have a better understanding of what an atheist can be outside of the stereotype that you had before you started watching? I don't know if there's any Christians here. We're kind of late, but yeah, I think I've done more of my goal of getting people to understand atheist does not equal bad by changing my language to meet people where they're at. But again, as I stated in my opening, that is harmful to you as an individual.
It's harmful.
So you can decide. This is the same exact thing. This is the same exact thing as saying, well, women shouldn't have to wear shirts in public because, men can do it. So why can't women do it? Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who would agree with that, but we're not there yet. So if you want to do that, you can move towards that, but you don't just snap your fingers and it happens. So me not using the title of atheist specifically so that I can say the exact same message and be heard better so that people do actually understand that atheist doesn't mean I don't believe in, I believe there's no God. It believes I don't have a belief in God. They're only going to hear that and listen to that and understand that if I can meet them where they are. And so again, I really appreciate you personally being willing to have this conversation. But most Black people that I've tried don't want to do it. They want the understanding without the conversation.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not a stupid person. So if you say you're a non-theist, I already know you're an atheist and I would treat you as an atheist, even when I was a Christian, and I would act accordingly.
Exactly.
So you have to be stupid not to know that the language is
telling
being
you.
changed. So what's the point?
The
You're
point
only
is
able-
that you are smart enough to know the difference. Some other people might be triggered enough not to listen. So I am doing more good for myself by tweaking the language so that I can get my message out than standing and dying on a hill that is going to have me standing alone, shouting into the ether, and people are still going to have these negative ideas of the word atheist. Do you think I would be better off? Do you think I would be better off standing on being an atheist as opposed to a non-theist?
Anybody that doesn't freak out at you the same way for saying atheist as non-theist is just stupid.
Okay.
I would think most of the people that I deal with that are staunchly Christian.
He just called y'all stupid. He just called y'all stupid.
If you said non-theist, they just treat you like a blue-haired atheist.
Okay, if that's your opinion.
So basically, you're arguing for trigger words. Like that's essentially what you're arguing for is trigger words. These words trigger people, so we have to change the way we speak. But we can still keep doing the same thing.
Right now, outside of TOS, would you be okay with that?
I don't have a problem with it. I think it's kind of disgusting.
Why?
Because
Y'all
the name has
say it.
because it has
Black people
history.
get to say it. Why?
I don't like that the Black community says it either.
But they do. Let's say I think atheist to some is similar to the Black CommunityTM. Not all atheists are pro-choice or believe in evolution. Bingo. This is me still trying to figure it out. Yeah, that's I'm an enigma. I don't fit in the box. I mean, I might physically fit in a box because I'm tiny, but intellectually.
I don't like that.
But yeah, I mean, you're on the right track, sir.
Black community says it either. There is a level of ignorance within the Black community that needs to be
you don't
removed.
think the certain words that maybe actually apply to reality that we, by living in a society, don't use?
Was there ever a
Yeah, but that's when it was cool. That's when it was cool.
Positive connotation of the N-word to begin with? Was it born from positivity? So to take a negative word and repurpose it for positivity is stupid in that aspect.
I agree. Agreed.
I
Like you don't use the word, right? But you know that word exists. You know what it applies to, but you choose not to use that word. Why?
Because I know what it means.
Okay, and so what it means to other people when we're talking about the Black Community TM is the same exact thing.
Bingo.
No.
So instead of saying the Black community, the Black community is doing this, the Black community is always going to go this way, the Black community commits this, that. You may as well just say N-words are doing this and N-words are doing that. That's how I hear it. That's how I think a lot of people hear it.
I think that's something.
Hold on, I gotta send this to Circa. What was we like, bro? Talking shit, come through, bro. You good?
You need to look internally and fix within yourself.
Why?
And more people need to do the same.
You're the one calling attention to the patterns. I wasn't thinking about that stuff until other Black people, not you personally, but
and you said me, so I'm...
Sorry. Yeah, the royal you, the royal you.
And you said me, so I'm...
Sorry. Sorry, I never said.
You said me, and then you switched up and said...
Not you personally, just the...
But I'm saying that is the algorithm doing its work. It is the systemic portion of the racism that Black people have had to deal with throughout the entirety of America. And it needs to die. And people need to look inward and not use the N-word and let it die.
Where's the memes? Where's the meme? Why are we killing the meme without even using the meme?
Treat the Black community as the Black community.
Exactly.
Like any other community.
All right. So I actually went ahead and added the other 5 minutes without even telling y'all because I knew there was
sneaky.
I knew it was there. I knew y'all had shit to say. So all right.
I mean, this conversation could go on forever. And then as of the time that Horseradish locked down the chat, it was tied 50-50. Is it in the description here? So this is not public yet. So he doesn't have the poll in the results in the description there yet. But so this is an unlisted sneak preview. Shout out to the Horseradish. Because the other one, it was working, but it wasn't ideal. So thank you so very, very much. A big shout out to LetheWaterKai. Do you have a YouTube channel or you're more on Twitch? Either way, drop a link of something. And yeah, I think that was a good beginning to a much longer conversation. And all right, we got you a thing here. Let me do that. Do the thing. What the fuck? There we go. Boom, baby. Please do me the solid. There you go. Go subscribe to LetheWaterKai. I know some of you are on Twitch as well. If you want to drop your Twitch link as well. Yeah, I think that was a really good start to a conversation. It sounds like you're open to continue that conversation. And I was serious when I said that, you know, I genuinely care about it. I genuinely want to understand the race relations are at a place where people are at each other's throats, literally in some respects. And that's not a good thing. Go follow me on Twitch. If you Twitch, and anything that we can do to my whole community loves Hate Watchers to join them. I mean, I thought we put together, you know, a little dance. We were doing a damn thing. So fuck the Hate Watchers. Well, I mean, I guess that's engagement, right? We always love the Hate Watchers. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you to Horseradish for hosting. And I hope that you guys, the rest of the chat, got a little bit better understanding of where I'm coming from with this conversation, as well as where maybe I have some blind spots that either will give me a better understanding of why the Black community is a phrase that is used in the way that it's used, or accept that, oh, my opinion that I had from going into this debate was just wrong. Either way, I love to learn me some shit. One more shout out to LetheWaterKai. No push-ups for me. No push-ups for me. But I do want to hear the song, so let's rock this while we shout out the donations. We had TV viewers starting us off with the PayPal. Trey Williams. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. I don't agree. I think you're doing a solid job. I'm just trying to understand better. Of course, we had the Sugar Daddy. The Sugar Daddy himself with the 10 gifted memberships. Trey, again. And then it's just Fox all the way down. Thank you. So very, very much, guys. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. I just need it at the end of the bar. And I may or may not be making some headway in terms of the video. Yes, it is. It's from Music GPT. It's a good one. But the video that we're making is going to be legit. It's going to be legit as fuck. But that, I should put that on Throne. That's the way. One last shout out, guys. Again, we do have the Substack. It is absolutely free. Just a reminder, this is a weekly thing, so that means that you get one email a week, and that is it. I'm not going to be spamming you with the bullshit. Got everything, and the segments are labeled, so if you're not into some shit, just go to the next one. Question, where's the line between racial humor and actual racism? Very interested to see where this goes, because we have a wide range of opinions on that stuff, so on and so forth. Then viewers versus fans versus audience. Maybe you notice I've never referred to you guys, those of you watching right now, as fans or my audience. I always say viewers because it feels pretentious to call you my fan. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem accurate to talk about my audience unless I'm speaking generally about who I would like to become regular viewers, and on and on and on and on. Well, I was in a very bad mood when I wrote this. I could have phrased it better and not been so bitchy, but hey, you wanted more Lutch. This is Lutch bitching about YouTube and I don't even remember what else. And then just a bunch of videos that I came across throughout the week and my thoughts. Same kind of thing that you would see as a reaction video here, just in text form. And then, of course, what I'm watching. I've been posting more shorts from TikTok just because it's on my phone already. But you guys know I'm all into my music or my movies and my TVs and all that stuff. I did just watch the new episode of House of the Dragon and didn't feel like I needed to talk about spoilers. Let me get that off the screen. So that is a spoiler-free review. Silo's going. I watched American Vandal. And then, of course, there is the Indian Jesus throwback.
I will answer.
It's a yes or no question.
If you would,
Do you think gay people and trans people are the same thing?
Yes, they are homosexuals. Yes.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. Coming from my bedroom today. So I don't have people. So enjoy. Welcome, St. Michael of Cigarillo, to the channel. What is good? What is good?
Well, I don't plan on fucking your shit up, but I guess I may say things that are not.
Well, no,
YouTube
usually we ask for
appropriate, I
people to
suppose.
cam up because it could be very easy to just flash some BS that would get my channel taken down. But I trust that you won't do that.
No.
So
Let me ask you this. Hold on, real fast. Let me ask you this. Okay, so you're putting me in a position where I have to prove something. Okay, how about you
put yourself in that position?
How about you prove it? Can you prove
Well,
that
you're
the
the one who
majority
made
of
the
them are not?
No. That's not
But
how
why
it
are you automatically defending them? Is my point.
Because you know a bunch of gay people and
Here
they're
you
not
go.
part of any.
You're literally watching a Tim Pool video about homosexuals pushing degeneracy on small
No, we're talking
children.
about trans activists.
So, okay, so to
Do you understand the difference?
refer to what I said previously in the chat, what I said previously in the chat.
Dude, you cannot talk over. Do you understand the difference? When I'm for the purpose of this conversation, do you understand what I'm saying when I say a trans activist versus a trans person or a gay person?
Okay, so
That's a question.
I'm conflating.
That's a question.
So I'm conflating homosexuality.
Dude, hold on. If you're gonna come up on my channel, you're going to speak the way that I want you to speak. If I ask you a question, please do me the favor of answering it, because when you ask me questions, I answer them. Got 'em. If you want to see that, it is on YouTube if you can find it, but it is all free right there on the Substack. And again, if you don't like signing up for shit, just send me a DM, a tweet, a comment, or something. Let me know what your email is, or just send me an email directly, and I will sign you up without having to, you don't got to do anything. Indian Jesus Official at gmail.com. Every Sunday morning. So if you go to church, as soon as you're out of church, you got all this awesome shit, and then you can check it out all through the week. And then I'll just drop that throne link one more time. Let's make it happen. You could see in that debate, anytime I was trying to talk over, or not trying to talk over, but when we were talking over each other, Lethe's mic went and mine didn't. So, we got to get it out there. But thank you guys so very, very much. Again, as I always tell you, I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and it means the fucking world to us. Thank you so very, very much, whether you donate it or not. And just by being here and hanging out, that means everything. Any problems with the Indian community, send them to TIJ. But yes, thank you so very, very much. All right, guys. Once again, we've got the Overlord and my co-host Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are, just kidding, out of here. Peace.